bit of cayenne. Making some caramelized onions with some fried liver for dinner. Man, I'm getting hungry already. Ooh, a little bit of Old Bay seasoning would be good in there. Don't want it to be too salty though. Okay, a little bit of, tiny bit of onion powder then. Oh yeah, somehow moisture got in there. Gotta figure that out. Or no, I'm gonna have to jumble that up a little. Okay, what else? Maybe a little bit of thyme in there would be good. Yeah, a little tiny bit of thyme. And a little bit of garlic powder. By the way, someone offered to buy my hair. Tempting. Depends on what they can offer me. Okay, let me see if I can find that pepper. Where'd the pepper go? Oh, there it is. Making some caramelized onions. I love caramelized onions. Anywho, time to make the fried liver. I gotta dry that off. It's for our flour dry mixture here. I don't have any cooking spray, so I wish I could find my little brush for that thing. Let's see. Just because I didn't have a handle didn't mean you had to throw it away. I use it all the time. It's annoying. All the other things you could have thrown away, you have to throw away that. It's always the case, isn't it? Okay, that's annoying. Way to work, you know. Come on, why can't we be resourceful, man? It's in here. Hope it's in here. I don't think so. No, not in there. I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed because people throw away things I use all the time. Just because it has one little tweak to it, you know? Stupid. Yeah, work hard, not smart, shall we? Okay. I haven't been able to find this one today. I'm going to have to find it. Oh, look for it though. If I find it, I'll eat my words, but it happens a lot. Annoying. Stupid. Okay. Work hard, not smart. Stupid. It was the only thing I could have used. Stupid. Anywho, gotta go get the flour. Got a little bit of flour left. Just use the rest of it. Try using some arrowroot powder too. That might be pretty good. Oh, just give me 1 cup of flour. I'm doing dishes, so I don't have any clean measuring cups either. Let's see here. What can I use? Instead? There we go. That's about a cup, I'd say. About a cup and a half, maybe. Sounds about right. Just dump the whole thing in there. Yeah. Just dump the whole thing in there. All right. Glad we had enough flour. Okay. Let's see. How much cornstarch did that other recipe call for? So I'm going to try arrowroot powder instead. One moment, guys. I think it's half a cup of that. pretty good with like a cornmeal kind of breading too. That'd be pretty good. Or just panko crumb would be good, you know. Dip it in the egg mixture and then the panko crumbs. That'd be pretty good. If I don't have flour, you know. Okay. Now winging it. This is one of the easiest things though. Okay. Cool. How's everyone doing here? And did you hear Asmongold got banned on Twitch? I thought he already was, dude. I thought he already was. I mean, doesn't Twitch ban everybody who doesn't, like, adhere to their opinions on things? Like, I mean, Asmongold made this whole stream where that was the entire topic, practically, you know? If you have any questions about Islam, you get banned, perma-banned, you know? It's not a very Republican, Christian-friendly place. I'll just say that. It's very biased, the owner of Twitch. I've seen what he looks like, too. You know, he bans people all the time for the types of things that Asmongold says, you know. Asmongold is very outspoken about his views on things, and I agree with some things, I disagree with other things. You know, I'm pro-life, he isn't, you know, that kind of thing. Also, I don't think that women should be completely banned from the video game industry. They should just, you know, hire the ones who are qualified and not woke. You know, get rid of the libtards. That's it. Then you'd be good, right? You know, like 40% of women are conservative, but most of it depends on age and demographic, and most of the women who are conservative are married women. So I'm kind of a rarity here. I'm not married, but I am kind of lean conservative, you know? I don't know. Interesting shit. I don't know. Some fresh fruit. We're not muted, dude. If we were muted, other people would be telling me too, you know? Would you like a piece, Shonda? Melons are good for dogs. A little bit of, ooh, you know what? You have a tiny bit of watermelon left in here. I could dip it in the chamoy and see what that's like. I have a tiny bit of this chamoy left over here from the mango I have. See, I'll just sort of put that on there and try it. Oh yeah. That's freaking addicting, man. That's addictive. Time to drink the watermelon juice. So refreshing. Now when you're making caramelized onions, you want to add a little bit of chicken broth to it when it starts to stick. And I like to add a little bit of honey to it for the caramelization factor. Not too much though, I don't like it sweet. But a little caramelization never hurt. Cooking 3 onions here because they shrink down quite significantly. So stir. Just a little bit of spice. Yeah. Turn that up just a tad bit. Start our egg and buttermilk mixture. We don't have buttermilk, so what I do is I Give it 1 cup of milk and a tablespoon of vinegar. We only have red wine vinegar too, so it's gonna work out though. It's so good. Improvise, sorta. I want to throw that all the way. There you go. A few eggs. It's a little bit of red wine vinegar for that. Just fill up the entire cap. Yeah, seems about good. Okay. So, if I have this memorized correctly, it's about a teaspoon of garlic, onion powder there. Alright, onion powder. A little bit of, you might want to stir that up too. 2 teaspoons of garlic powder. 1, 2. And let's see, what else? I don't have paprika. So we're gonna go with cayenne this time. Cayenne fried chicken liver. Ah! Not too much. Yep, that's good. Alright. A little bit of salt. It was about 1 teaspoon. And, oh, wait a minute. I think it was 2 teaspoons actually. If I recall correctly. Yeah. 1 teaspoon of black pepper they call for, but I like to add a little bit extra because I like black pepper. What else? I think that might be good. That's about all they asked for, so. Just stir it, stir it, stir it. A nice flour mixture. Put a little bit of chicken broth in our caramelized onions. And a lot, actually. Until it completely evaporates, then we've got to add more. Makes it so good, that chicken broth. Seriously, someone offered to buy my hair, and I am considering it. Hey man, depends on what he's willing to pay for that shit. Because when I looked it up, it was like some people are willing to pay like 60, between 30 and 60 per inch, depending on how natural the hair is and all that. Well, my hair is completely natural, so there's that. I'll use this last egg here. 2 eggs in that buttermilk mixture. How's everyone doing? What am I making? I'm making some fried liver. So I'm making my coating for that, for a nice crispy coating. Oh, Shanda, why do you look so forlorn down there? You could put them on your elbow gear, honey. I don't like you on the hard ground like that. Well, I'm going to go get Shando's elbow gear in a second. I don't want him laying on the hard ground like that. Turn that up. You know what, baby? You know it. I'm going to go get his elbow gear. I'll be right back. Guys, he loves it when I put this on him. Check this out. Check this out. What over here, baby? Okay, baby, come here. Okay, let's put this on you, okay? Oh, okay, come here. Over here. See, we got it on right? Is that the right way? Yeah. He likes it when I put this on. Oop. We gotta lift your paws. There's. And you'll feel so much better when you lay down. Oh, let me see the other paws. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. We got you. We got you. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Oh, honey, you don't have to lift your paw anymore. He's trying to lift his paw for me. You're gonna feel so much better. I love you too, okay? You're so good. You're so good. Can I have a hug? Thank you. Wow. Precious. Okay, you got a big chest. We all know. Cutie pie. What a good boy. See, he loves it when I put that thing on him. Because if he didn't like it, he'd be running away from me. Like he does with almost every single other thing I try to dress him with. Not like clothes. He loves wearing clothes, but he does not like baths. He does not like it when I administer medicine to him or anything like that. Ball. Yeah, you're a goofy dog. That feel better? You lay down on your elbows. You won't hurt them too much. Okay? Yeah. You're a good boy. Liver King time. Oh, gotta stir those onions. You want to see how beautiful my onions are looking? I started the live stream after I was done chopping the onions because I didn't want you guys to get bored to death, but yeah, buddy. See, when it starts to stick to the pan a little bit like that, you just add a little bit of chicken broth here and there. The chicken broth is necessary if you're making caramelized onions. And a lot of it. Don't get shy. Don't be shy with the chicken broth when you're making caramelized onions. Just pour it in there. I gotta blow my nose. It's kind of getting up in my nose canal. Okay, let's get. I'm not sure how much we have left, but I hope it. Oh, we do have a good amount here. Good. It better not be wasting my time here. So, blood. You know what, buddy? I should save that blood for you. That'd be good, good iron. Kind of like put it in the next pot of whatever I cook for him, So we need some tongs, and I'm washing them both. Oh, here. Excellent. So, just gonna whisk it. Make those eggs nice and whisked. Okay. Liver King. Oh. Actually, dip it in the flour, then the flour. Buttermilk mixture, flour, buttermilk mixture, flour mixture. Oh, and I better get my air fryer preheated. pot of oil on the bottom of that. Wish we had some cooking spray. Make this a lot easier. Or my little brush that someone just liberally threw away for no reason other than that they can. I hate when people do that when there are like a million other things around here you could throw away, you know? Seems to happen that way for some reason. It's weird. It's kind of, it's like, ooh, I'm gonna do it because it's a little power trip and I can. Well, I don't need this because it's got no handle. I'm not poor. Who knows? It just doesn't make any sense. Rant. Tangent. I need a plate or something to put those onto. A little parchment paper. Cover these boys in flour. I hesitate before I say bad boy sometimes because I'm worried Shando's gonna think I'm talking about him. He's a good boy. Here's one of these good boys. Okay. Put that in there. Buttermilk. Buttermilk substitute. I could make homemade buttermilk. That'd be pretty good. I've seen people do that. It looks easy. Might take a little while though. I'm not sure how long that takes. Okay. Just want to cover this all in a nice flour mixture. Ooh, we don't want to lose it. See? Don't. Okay. Make sure it's thoroughly covered in flour like so. Yeah. A little more to that. Ooh, okay. Guess I'm touching it. Yeah. 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 Nasty. I'll just get some more of this stuff. I love this. I love chicken liver. But not so bad by the time I put Shando's next batch. The one didn't smell vanilla. Okay. Coat it in all that flour. Gotta get more flour and more liver. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't eat too much liver because vitamin A. I know that you can die if you eat a polar bear liver. So I'm not sure if like eating too much just regular liver could also have adverse effects. Have to look that up because I'm not sure. Okay, a little bit of that. Just coat it as nicely as possible. Looks like we're running out actually. Running out of flour. Might have just enough. goes that onion. Nice and caramelized. A little more chicken broth. How's it going? Where is your heart? I don't know. I don't know, man. I want to make chili, but it's too hot outside. I hear you, dude. I don't even really want to do this. If I had a choice, I'd just have my cream of wheat, but I haven't had that in a few days. That's probably good for me to eat more meat. I need my meat. Okay. Get that in there again. Put it back in the flour. Sure that's nicely coated there, because I like a good crunchy coated liver. Okay, onto the parchment paper we go. Dip that in again. I got a song stuck in my head and I can't stop grinding my teeth to it. I hate it when I do that. Anytime you see me grinding my teeth, you know there's a song stuck in my head. Oh, that was nasty. Sorry. I don't know what that is. It might be spicy or something's making my nose run. I got just enough flour here. Yeah, those onions will be done before this. Okay. Let's see if there's any more liver in there. I don't think so. A little bit. I feel like there might be a piece of liver in there we're missing. There we go. Okay, well, I think that's good enough. Yuck. 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 Look at all that. Okay. Get one of those little spray bottles that you know, for cooking oil, you know, so I can do stuff like this without issue. I have to add more oil than I'd like to this though, just because I've not nothing to spread it. Spread it, spread it. Okay. Okay, yeah. Just gonna kind of add a little more to that. There we go. Now let's see. In case I need it, I'll do that. Huh. It'd be nice if I had something to dry my hands on. Be right back. So we're just gonna pour some avocado oil. Not much though, not too much. Onto our chicken livers. Just like I did last time. And I didn't have any more cooking spray. Okay, now this is covered in oil, so add our livers. Put our livers in there. Beep. Chicken liver. It's gonna be good. I can tell. It's gonna be crispy. gonna be healthy. Chicken livers. Okay. It'll be about, probably about 20 minutes for those, or less. Less than that, probably. So at 360, set that on meat at 360. Yep.
No, honey, this is Mama's food now.
Definitely don't need that anymore. Hi.
That smells good.
Caramelized onions.
What are you making?
Caramelized onions on rice. You know it. There's plenty of caramelized onions for everyone. I don't think we have enough for everyone. We just don't. Okay. Let's see, I don't think there's any more liver here. Let's see if it's liver. No. Yeah. Okay, well, check, check, check. Rinse these off. My dish is so heavy, we're gonna want. All right. Let's cook an egg with that. That's gonna be good. A little more chicken broth. Probably just use this whole thing here. Turn that up. How's everyone doing? Hey, Ellen. Good night, everyone. It's a few minutes before 11 a.m. I hope you have a good night, man. Oh my God, you know what? I forgot to take my damn meds. I gotta go do that. Be right back. See, it's not one of those things you crave. It's not one of those things you have cravings for, unless you've never done heroin before. All it does is make it so you're not sick anymore. So until you start to feel sick, I don't even think about it, you know? That's where my runny nose was coming from, right there. That's a symptom of that, and I wasn't even thinking about it. Huh. Look how beautiful these caramelized onions are, though. Till all that chicken broth evaporates there. So, looking good. Wash this guy and mix this. Okay. Looking good, onions. Nice and brown and caramelized. Perfect. Okay. Oh, there it is. That's good. I thought that wasn't working for a minute. Butter. Hey, baby, you've got plenty of food, honey dear. Now all of a sudden you're not laying on your elbow. And because Matt's here, and I want to say hi to the Republic, buddy. One time I saw Shando shit out this butter wrapper and I was like, oh no. Did you really just eat a brick of butter when I didn't eat sneaky? That was a long time ago though. Very long time ago. It was like a puppy. Okay. Nobody snoops over the very little liver I have left. Okay. And that shrinks down. You would think there's like 2 onions in here, not 3 big ones. See how that is. Very good. Very good. Add a little bit more Old Bay seasoning to that. My liver should be about done by the time this is all done here. Get myself some rice. Rice. Hello. Full of rice. like our liver has about 8 minutes. Rice. Good. Now when you make caramelized onions, you want to chop up your onion very, very finely. It's nice that the finer the better. Add a little bit more chicken broth, probably all of it. Ready? Beautiful. Beautiful. Eggs are getting a little too hot. Uh-oh. I had that up way too high. Turn that down to low. Jeez, I hope my brother doesn't want all my liver. He'll do it. He'll try to get all of it. It's like, dude, the guy eats like 3 burritos in one sitting. There's no way he can have like 5 livers, chicken livers at that. There's no way. I'm gonna be selfish this time. Save the rest for my breakfast. Hello. I like your haircut, Ann. Thank you, Dennis. Yo, what's up, y'all? Hi. Hi, 3 Dread Pirate Rob. Hi, Ann. Sending big hugs from Croatia. Thank you, Tihana. Sending big hugs back. Just got on what happened. We are making some caramelized onion with rice.
There's something in there. It's not right.
It's freaking hot.
It's not right in the head.
Burrito, there's tortillas up here. Oh, nice.
How
Those
is that?
ones. Those are good. Well. Well. Caramelized. Look how perfect these caramelized onions though are. So perfect. And that's what chicken broth will do for caramelized onions. You have to pour a lot of chicken broth in there to get it to this point.
Is that just onions and chicken broth you use?
Onions, spices, and chicken broth. Cooked in oil, of course. Avocado oil. Yeah.
Put that over a steak.
Oh, hell yeah. That would be good. Looks
get that
cooking up,
shirt?
man. What?
Where'd you get that shirt?
Oh, Amazon. Yeah, a lot of people like this shirt.
washed it yet?
Have I washed it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did it shrink at all? Do you have to print it?
No? Not really, no.
What brand was it?
Let's go check here. Or maybe it's on the side.
Oh, that's why we doesn't have the normal tag.
Yeah. It's polyester.
No, I mean, what brand? Does that polyester?
Yeah. It's not telling me what the brand is, but I could probably find it online if I look. Yeah. Everything's getting done in good time. I'll heat up my rice. A little tomato here. Just chop up a little bit of tomato. Put on top of that. Wipe this down. Chop up some tomato. That needs to be longer. Down just a tad bit. Might be having that egg sunny side up, I don't know. Yeah. It's nice and crispy though. Caramely. A little bit of chopped tomatoes. That's a more color in my diet here. Hope you're doing good, guys. Sorry, I've been just a little focused here on what I'm cooking. Thank God someone didn't investigate further, because I don't want to share my livers. There aren't that many. Here's that. Okay. Tomato. And Shando, you can't have most of this. You definitely can't have onions. And my liver is coated in onion and garlic powder. But you've had your food. You know what I will do for you though, buddy? I will go ahead and get you a little more of your food because I didn't give you that much. 1 spoon. So, because you've been waiting so, you're just always so good when you wait for me. Let me check on that liver. That's gotta be done. What do you have to say about that, Shando? Get you a little bit of your food. It's got chicken hearts, pumpkin puree. It's got sweet potatoes. It's got a little bit of cucumber. Not too much, though, baby, because this last, you're on a little bit of a diet. 1 spoon. Or up to you, Shando. You'd be so fat you wouldn't be able to move your leg. Just be 2 tiny little short legs sticking out from a big tub. Okay, rice. It's probably too hot now. Get our caramelized onions. That's about done. Caramely onion, guys. Need something to scrape some of that off. Gentler with our pans. I like the ones that are almost stuck to the bottom there a little bit because they're crispy. Maybe a little too crispy. A little bit of caramelized onion. Get our liver. That's about good. Looks delicious. Look at that. I don't know if you guys see it very well. One. Actually, you know what? Put a little bit of hot sauce on my rice first. Sriracha on the rice. And a tiny bit of caramelized onions there, a little bit on the meat. And my favorite hot sauce. A little bit of this stuff. It almost has like a pickly flavor that I really love. Okay, so a little bit of that, a little more of this. Levi. How about a tiny piece? Oh, that was close. Mmm. So good. Place for you kazoo type, buddy. Oh, perfect. Freaking perfect container right there. I know I can't be too generous with this because this is there aren't that much food around here that I usually like that much right this moment, except for this shit. Yeah, you'll never know. So I made enough caramelized onions for everyone. Okay. Mmm. Pretty good. That's so good. That's definitely sunny side up there. Let me put that on this bottom first. A little bit of tomato.
Yeah, it's nice and warm up here.
Yeah, just making caramelized onions.
You what?
Caramelized onions, if you want some on some rice.
Oh. Yeah, why not?
Good with a
Heck
lot of
yeah.
other things, yeah. Okay, I'm done now. I just got done. I'm done being in this hot kitchen.
Yeah, it feels good. It's cold downstairs. Hi, everybody.
Yep. Yeah. Everyone likes my hair.
Good.
Yeah. That was pretty rash of me, but it was worth it. Couldn't take it anymore.
So rash. Caramelized onions, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, when you make those, it's like super easy, you know. You don't stir it all the time. You kind of let it stick to the pan a little bit to caramelize with the honey and the spices and the oil.
Yeah.
Once it starts to stick just a little bit, you add a lot of chicken broth. And then you stir it again. The chicken broth evaporates and makes it super good like that. You know, gives it that nice texture.
Yeah.
Super good on rice.
Looks like it makes something to go with that.
Could make a sandwich. Put it on a sandwich. Good for you.
Sandwich?
Yeah, like that would be good. You know, add fresh tomatoes so it's not too salty though.
Oh, pretty salty.
You could try it. Try it and see for yourself. It's not bad. Oh, my back. My back. I'm getting old. Sorry. This looks so good though. So liver. Trust me, there isn't enough liver for the whole family, so I gotta keep it to myself. Motherfuck! I dropped a tomato. It's okay. Thank you. She also made liver. She's hiding. I know. There's like only enough for one person though, so don't want to advertise it, you know. Have it on some egg. Man, that's crispy. No, I think it was better with the arrowroot powder than the cornstarch, but that could just be placebo because I've never used it, but that's really good. And with the extra spice in there, it tastes like a spicy fried chicken. So good. It's a little bit too full. Bon appetit indeed. The fresh tomatoes were a good choice because it cleanses the palate a little bit. When you got so much, like, you got some fried stuff in here. I got myself hot. Got myself the wrong freaking sandals. You know, they're not very ventilated. How did my childhood influence my drug addiction? Well, I can't tell you because I should have known better. But I can tell you how it influenced my eating disorder. I can do that. But I can't tell you how it influenced my drug addiction. I would say loss, people I love dying, my last relationship with a man, where, yeah, I don't want to get into that. I have before. Every time I talk about it, I regret it. I'm not here to look for sympathy. You know? The only reason I ever shared that is because it is one of the things that kind of led up to me feeling so disassociated and not caring about anything anymore, you know? I'm sure a lot of people could say the same about any relationship that went completely and totally awry, where they were mistreated the worst you can imagine. Oh my. Hot. Hot. Gotta wait for that to cool down. Really shouldn't ask people about their trauma. Yeah, I agree. But people do ask. Sorry. Excuse me, guys. That was nasty. Really shouldn't ask about people's trauma. Yep. I was inconsolable for like a year. Yeah, I mean, did you ever have this experience where after you found out someone you loved and care about, they did a total 180, started getting physical with you, and then you stayed with them because you had Stockholm Syndrome or something along those lines. Even he said I had it. You know, and it's like, then I gave him too many chances. It got to the point where even I began to become more self-aware. Like when I'd get home from work, I noticed that I felt this impending doom and dread and fear when I'd walk up to the house after work. Like, what's he gonna be like when I get there? Unfortunately, I was too much of a fool and I stayed. I tried leaving him like 100 times. Got love bombed back. Why am I getting into this now? I was just gonna say it took him cheating on me for me to finally wake the fuck up and leave that bastard. But I'm only mentioning this because I'll tell you what it did to me for the next 2 or 1.5 years or more. It just made me completely disassociated from my surroundings. I couldn't even go to a cafe and hang out and chill and just be normal without feeling like I was underwater or something. You know, it was weird. Super weird shit. I'm lucky to be here right now. I'm lucky to be clean. I'm lucky I have good support. I'm lucky that I have my dog. And there are things in this life that just no one can take away from me. No one can take away my art. No one can take away my sobriety. I mean, I guess they could. It depends on this. I don't know. I shouldn't say that I'm certain. You know, like there's always a chance that something could go really, 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 really bad. And I don't feel like that would happen now. But just because I'm not craving it now doesn't mean that I won't be vulnerable later. Which is why it's good to never let your guard down. Just be self-aware. And do it for you. Make decisions for yourself. Not because, oh yeah, now this is validated or justified by whatever outside source. It's all up to you in the end. You climb down that wagon, you don't fall off of it. Haircut suits you, thank you. This is so damn good, though. And tomatoes are a good idea. Pretty damn good. I forget to take off my apron. Oh, much better. Would you be able to say hi to my uncle in Italy? His name is Lou Sassol. Hi, Lou Sassol. Hope he's having a good day. Italy sounds like such a beautiful place to go. Don't know if I'd live there, but I'd love to go there someday. Love to go to the Mediterranean one of these days. Yeah, buddy. Ho ho. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking my hair a lot. That's all that matters. When will your hair grow back? I don't know, probably never. Probably gonna keep cutting it. Because every time I've tried letting it grow out, I mean, I invested a lot of product on my hair to help it grow. Still, it didn't work. You know, it still grew out stringy and annoying and static and not feeling, it doesn't feel natural to me, you know? I don't like it. And to any moron here, which most of you guys aren't, but there are a few of them, my haircut does not in any way determine my political stance. That is so fucking stupid. I'm having rice with some chicken liver, fried chicken liver, and some caramelized onions, some chopped fresh tomato, and a sunny side up egg on top. With some sriracha and a little bit of green habanero. So good. It's really good, guys. That is some extra crispy chicken right there. That is really good. have to keep that recipe. Actually, you know what? I didn't even use a recipe this time and it turned out even better. Probably because I added more cayenne, and it reminds me of that spicy chicken we'd bring to picnics when I was a kid with my grandma. I miss my grandma. Did I have a wonderful day? Yeah. This is spicy though. I gotta sit back. My back is killing me, man. What happens when you do dishes and all this other stuff? You know, someone told me I have a longer than average spine. That could be one reason why I can't lean over the sink for too long without my back killing me. It kind of runs in my family, back issues, and I think it's because we have longer than average torsos around here. Or we get it from mom, you know. My brother had it. I have it. I should try making scotch. Sorry. I should try making scotch eggs, guys. I should try making that sometime. I mean, you just have to soft boil an egg and then coat it in batter or whatever and flour and put it in the air fryer. That'd be pretty damn good, wouldn't you think? Too bad you can't have onions, Shando. This thing is covered in onions. My poor baby looks so forlorn when I'm eating in front of him. This is usually why I like to feed him after me, so he doesn't feel too left out, or during while I'm eating. But I knew he wouldn't be able to wait. Oh man, that's good. I'm so jealous of my cousin in Romania. His name is Dixon Myers. He would appreciate a shout out. All right. Shout out to Dix. Never mind, dude. Oh God, why am I so damn slow? Yo mama is all I have to say. Yo mama. Yo mama. So fat. So crass, man. So crass. Can we be nice? No, I've always been straight. Just so you know. There are a lot of women with short hair who aren't gay, by the way. Or liberal, for that matter. It's eye roll inducing when people assume that. You don't see a single bovine nose ring or purple hair or whatever stupid shit people... It's almost like that's part of the cult. You gotta look a certain way. I mean, there is some point to it. You know, when people joke about liberals always wearing those nose rings and shit and purple hair. And even Blair White says, can we please make colored hair, dyed hair cool again? These people completely made it so it's not cool. And she wouldn't be caught dead dyeing her hair any other color because she's worried someone would accuse her of being liberal. It's not really fair, honestly. She'd be able to, you know... Here's the thing also. I'm an artist. I paint. And I'm lean conservative. Now, the whole art scene has been hijacked by liberals. When I was in school, you had to be a feminazi, white man hating... Marxist spewing idiot in order to be accepted. You know, it's like they when people hear like you're a painter or an artist, they immediately assume you must be liberal. Well, why don't we put an end to that stereotype? Why, you know, as a conservative, I'm a good artist. And there are other good conservatives or people who are moderate conservative. Actually, I am moderate conservative. What am I saying? But anyway, conservative to moderate people who are great artists, you know? And it's not just religious work either. I can do religious work, but I do all kinds of other things too. Usually it's just portraits of random people, you know? Famous people even. People I might not agree with politically, I paint them. I care more about their art. It's funny. Isn't that funny how it works? Like, there are hundreds of celebrities, singers, songwriters, blah, 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 who are liberal and they speak out about how liberal they are, blah, blah, blah. I like them less when they do that. But I still accept them for their art. I still appreciate their art. I still listen to their music. I would assume, like, based on what John Lennon did with Yoko Ono laying in bed and being a hippie and shit, he'd probably be one of the libtards too. And that makes me sad because I love John Lennon. But let me just say, I accept them and love their music. They're bright. You know, they're brilliant. But just one singer, one rapper, Nicki Minaj, comes out and supports MAGA, and everyone wants to hate her. Like, not everybody, actually. You know what? The media wants for everyone to believe that everyone hates Nicki Minaj, when in fact, a lot of people still love her and respect her more for her honesty. I mean, they can't fool us, man. I mean, if you think about it, the polls don't lie. Trump won. People voted for him. And a lot of people are going to love Nicki Minaj for having integrity and thinking outside the box, thinking for herself, and not selling her soul to those goblins. Oh wow, we've got some professional retards in the chat right now. Okay, Mehemerson, or whatever your name is, you're going. Bye-bye. I don't like you. Anywho. This is pretty freaking good, guys. It's so healthy. Just gotta keep in mind the average IQ tends to decrease over the course of over the years, you know, with every generation. You literally do have people who see someone with shorter hair and immediately they think that either she's gay, liberal, or she's relapsed on drugs. Isn't that fucking retarded? There are people who think that. Either that or they're trolling. I mean, if they have any brain, they're probably trolling, but you gotta wonder sometimes. I have another version of the nose ring theory, but it's with longer fingernails. The longer the nails, the more useless that woman is. I get that, man. Like, for one thing, I've imagined what would it be like. What would it be like if I had nails that long? Now, you'd have to have if you were working, you'd have to have a job where you just can't use your hands. How can you type on your computer? How can you hold a pencil correctly? How, you know, I think they look stupid when they're stupid long like that. You could completely break it off at the quick. Can't get your laundry. Like, my mom used to get her nails done. And her nails were just like standard, just French tip, really nice. Not that long at all, not too long, but she'd still, like, when she'd get laundry and stuff, she'd accidentally break one of them all the way to the quick. And it really looked painful. So I don't know how women with those super, super, super long claws can do anything efficiently. It's absurd. I've imagined, like, what it would be like if I had that, and that would completely impede my sense of freedom and movement, you know? I wouldn't be able to do much at all, man. Wouldn't be able to wash my dog, wouldn't be able to paint, wouldn't be able to do a lot of things. Chores, dishes for that matter, no way. I can hardly have my nails nice because of all the dishes I do. You know, so yeah, I get that. I'm not saying that all women who have nails like that are useless at all, but it would certainly render me useless in a lot of ways if I had nails that long. I wouldn't be able to type or anything. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that. The short looks good, Sigourney. Thank you, Atlas. Most people think it looks great. It's the people who don't know the difference between a man and a woman who point out that my hair must signify that I'm like a man or something, or gay or whatever, you know? They can't tell their ass from a hole in the ground. Mmm. So good, guys. That was fucking epic. Mmm. Delicious. Could you please say hi to Jen Ete? No, I'm not gonna fall for this anymore, man. Could you please say hi to? I think you're a troll, man. Salvador Dali was conservative? Hey, man, you know? That honestly doesn't even surprise me much because I don't know why, but it seemed like he respected tradition, despite being a little unconventional in some ways. He had a pet anteater, but he was also very wealthy, you know? And typically I've noticed conservatives tend to be a little better with their money. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But let me see. Honestly, that doesn't surprise me very much. Don't know why, but it doesn't surprise me. If I had to guess, yeah. He dressed pretty properly too. Always wore a suit, which, you know, that could be either here or there. It doesn't mean anything really. But let me look this up. That was so freaking good, guys. It was so healthy. Hit the spot. Hit the spot. I'm gonna have to do more grocery shopping though. I'll just have some more of that liver with some eggs for breakfast. Kind of like, reminds me of Scotch eggs a little bit. I've never had them. But I assume Scotch eggs are just like a fried egg, basically. Fried, boiled egg. Let me see. Let's just look up conservative painters. Or, yeah. But yeah, a lot of people think that if you're an artist, you must be liberal. And you know, that's something that... Just wait till you see the idea I have, guys. I'm gonna paint... Next portrait I'm gonna paint a portrait of Nick Shirley. Oops. I'm gonna paint Nick Shirley's portrait, and it's gonna be epic. And then I want to paint I'm totally going to paint Asmongold. And I want him to see it. That's a thing, man. It might be good for me to paint Asmongold because he likes to he likes to react to videos people make where they're talking about him. Which, you know, that's smart. And I do the same. I'm gonna write these things down. This is gonna have my work all cut out for me. Nick Shirley. I'm gonna paint a portrait of Nick Shirley. I'm gonna paint a picture of Asmongold. And I'm gonna give him the right weapon, because every single time someone paints Asmongold, like as the Rat King or whatever, they give him the wrong freaking weapon. Now granted, I've seen a few of his gaming videos. I'm not sure exactly what he goes as. You know, if he were like what kind of creature he usually is. He says, like, people say he's built like a mage, but he's not usually a mage, so he doesn't like having mage weapons. There's this up. I have to look this up. I gotta do some research on Asmongold in that sense. I watch a lot of his political commentary, you know, and a lot of his, body cam videos and stuff like that. Been watching him for like maybe 3 years, so not very long. Do you fry chicken with the same grease you got in your hair? That's nasty. Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole. What's that from? Pablo Picasso kind of was an asshole. He was a bit of a womanizer, you know? But a lot of artists were. Egon Schiele was a womanizer, and he's my favorite painter, one of them. Actually, my favorite painter is Toulouse-Lautrec, and you could argue that he was a bit of a hoe, because he'd hang out at the Moulin Rouge, and we all know what went on down there in the 19th century. Yeah. Are you a model? Oh, thank you. Nah, I'm not. When I was younger, though, I had some people ask me if either I was or if I wanted to be one. There was one time I was actually at the mall, and I remember I was either at H&M or Forever 21. I was at I think it was H&M. And I was just looking at clothes, and I was like 17 or something, around like that age, around 16 or 17, and some lady comes up and says, you're perfect for what we need in here and here. Here's our card, blah blah blah. Here's our company. But my dad would not hear of that. Like, he was like, nah, we're not doing that. And I kind of don't blame him, because I was a minor, I was a kid, and I know how cutthroat that industry is and how much it damages young girls. And I actually am thankful that someone stopped me from doing that. I don't know, maybe it could have led to something good. You never know. Or maybe it would have sucked my soul dry. I have no idea what would have happened if it could have been a scam, for all I know. But she seemed like a legit agent, giving me a nice crisp card, and I just don't know. Don't know how that would have ended up. But I've had offers like that, but never fell through with it. People could tell that I'm a little bit sensitive, and that I probably wouldn't be able to survive that industry. Because I remember one time when I was around 16, I was actually pursued it, and I asked somebody at the mall, someone who was actually like an agent looking for that stuff. I forget who it was exactly. Might have been at like a Nordstrom's, I was looking in places like that. And she's basically kind of stuttered and hesitated before telling me that it's a very cutthroat industry. It's a dog-eat-dog, like blah, 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 blah. Basically telling me, I don't think you can handle it, sweetie. And I think she was right. As much as that pained me to hear, I think she was right about that. I already had an eating disorder. Probably wouldn't have been a good thing for me. And I know that some models get into drugs too. Gigi Karanji, anyone? Might not be as bad as it was in the 80s and 90s, but still. Safiro is definitely a troll. Why would you say that? Safiro just said good on dad. My dad is a wise man. I think he was right about that. Safiro, you have been warned about the name calling. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's bad for young girls to do that. I haven't seen any name calling yet. Hello, I just joined. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Hi there, anyway. Safiro, hello, my charm is from my... Okay, that's not a word, but... anyway. Hey, Ginger Ninja, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too, man. Didn't expect to see you here. Hope you're doing good. I don't see any trolling. Why are we falsely accusing people? I don't see any trolling from Saphiro or whoever you were accusing there. Pontankama, I mean, I've seen some weird comments from you, to be honest, but, I mean, not too serious. That's why I'm not banning you. I mean, it's kind of just here or there. It's like, it doesn't really matter to me. Remind me of young Julie Andrews. Oh, thank you. You see, another really pretty woman, very feminine with short hair. You could name a whole bunch of them. Winona Ryder, Audrey Hepburn, Julie Andrews, like you just said. Some of the 80s, that one 80s singer with blonde hair, Eurythmics. Sweet dreams are made of. She had a straight up like red buzz. It looked really cool. Well, you see, that's the thing. Now if we have hair like that, people think we're liberals. We gotta make, you know, colorful, creative hair cool again amongst anyone who wants to express themselves that way, not just someone who thinks a certain way on the political spectrum and happens to be a moron. Do you like Joan Miro? Yes, isn't she's a painter, right? She does abstract expressionism, I think. I don't know why I'm writing that down here, but I just want to make sure that I'm right. Joan Miro, I think she does that. I learned about her in art history, I think. If I have the name down correctly. Joan Miro. Let me look that up. Joan Miro. Yeah, she's a painter. Demi Moore, there you go. She had short hair and a lot of her movies where she was in her prime. Absolutely. Linda Evangelista. Oh yeah, she's pretty. Annie Lennox. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah, I do like Joan Miro's work. She has some good work. Some good paintings here. I'll show you guys what one of her paintings looks like here in a minute. I'll show you one that I like specifically. It's very abstract. Let's see. Yeah, it's like this kind of stuff. It's almost compared to some abstract expressionists, it's a slightly it's like minimalistic but kind of chaotic at the same time. Like, that's Joan Miro right there. That's Joan Miro's work. Unless I have a wrong Joan. But this is good. This is good work. Now you try to cover... Saphiro's trying to cover their tracks? I'm sorry, I missed it. Whatever I missed, let's just let bygones be bygones. And if I catch anything, it's like, whatever. I'll be the judge. Jamie Lee Curtis was hot at one point. Now she's just kind of a libtard who does yogurt constipation commercials and exploits her trans children. And it's just kind of cringe. But she was really good in the movie Perfect. You ever see that movie? With John Travolta where she's like gyrating her hips and shit? Pretty sexy movie. Both of them. Actually, that movie made me want to join a fitness club. It was kind of an inspiring movie. Good way to make friends, man, but I don't think anyone really makes friends that way anymore. Usually when people go to the gym, they don't join a club. They just go there to, you know, be alone. Anyway, I don't think I'd want to do that because unless I had my own mat, unless I had a really good cleaner to apply to all the handles, all the seats, because we know that you can get a bad STD from just going to the gym. I've seen it. I've seen people get really bad STDs from going to the gym. And permanent. You can't do anything about it. You can't get rid of it. There's no like antibiotic for that. No, you basically now have a sexually transmitted disease from sitting on an exercise bike. So you got to be careful about that. First thought when watching that movie. Ew. You can get flesh-eating bacteria. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Let's see. Put you guys right here because we got a nice fan going. Let's see here. You look very pretty with short or long hair, Anne. Thank you, Mez. She looks great, chat. You're crazy. Thank you, Sandwich Dinner. You see, Potan Kama is accusing this other guy of being a troll. I haven't seen any trolling from that other guy, but I have seen shit from you. Potan Kama. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some bullshit from you. I haven't seen any from the other guy. Sounds like you're trying to, you know, trick me or trick everyone else into thinking that's the bad guy when you're actually being the bad guy. Jerk. Anywho, I was gonna look up, well, we already just spewed a large list of really attractive people with short hair. We don't need to do that because we already know if we're not fucking stupid. However, I just want to see here a list of conservative artists. While the fine arts and entertainment fields generally lean left or center left, several notable visual artists, musicians, and filmmakers have been publicly identified as holding conservative, right-leaning, or traditionalist political views. John McNaughton, an American painter widely known for his hyper-realistic, politically charged works, explicitly supporting American conservatism, the Tea Party movement, and Donald Trump. Ooh, let's see what his work looks like. Yeah. Oh man, I'm liking that. Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. We need this. Thomas Kincaid, the highly successful painter of light. Ooh. So he's a master of chiaroscuro, or tenebrism. The highly successful painter of light, whose mass-market pastoral scenes and overtly Christian themes resonated deeply with traditionalist and conservative American audiences. Arthur Quan Lee. Not enough of them, man. Arthur Quan Lee, a contemporary comic book artist and painter whose work and public commentary frequently align with nationalist, traditionalist, and anti-progressive viewpoints. Yeah, obviously you describe it like being conservative means you're anti-progress. It's just ridiculous. I mean, some might be opposed to change, yeah, of course, but I'm tired of that being associated with all conservatives. Like we're just like old fuddy-daddies who don't want any progression in the sciences or whatever. It's ridiculous. It's funny though, because all the liberals I know are either very misinformed and naive or just, nah, can't hear you. And they'll spew a bunch of stuff, but they don't really stand on any of it. It's just like, they're just saying what they think everyone else wants to hear, right? And they don't know that there's no meaning or purpose behind what they're saying. You know, whereas a lot of conservatives that I know, most of them, if not pretty much all of them, a lot of them were liberal at one point. And then they became conservative, like me. And usually it's through research, it's through, well, pragmatism, being able to discern like what makes, what's reasonable, what's practical in a situation. It's ridiculous how they try to paint us like we're the ones who are closed-minded and ignorant. No, we've lived through it, we're mature, we know how the world works. Doesn't mean we know everything. I agree with some Democrat policies, but the left is so lost right now, man. It is. It used to be a party you could be proud of. Not anymore. I put in list of conservative artists and into images, and Salvador Dali immediately shows up. Oh, he painted Charlie Kirk. Cool. This guy, John McNaughton. Interesting. Okay, that's a pretty interesting painter. Kind of makes you think, doesn't it? McNaughton. You have all these like founding fathers. Oh no, they're all the presidents. I thought those were the founding fathers for a minute, but I see Bush, I see Obama, I see Washington, I see Reagan. That could be Reagan right there. Abraham Lincoln, obviously. He looks like Lyndon B. Johnson right there. Clinton, JFK. It looks like John Hamilton right there, or Sam Adams. I'm not sure. But yeah, not all of these guys are presidents, I don't think. Oh yeah, Teddy Roosevelt in the way back. We all know him because he's a character. And then you have this kid just sitting on this bench, kind of like, what happened to our country? It's your fault! Whoops. That's what Washington's saying. He's saying, well, it's all his fault. Because he's a libtard. Kidding. Anyway. That's pretty cool. Yes, indeed. It is not over for the West if we can help it, guys. Only if we let them. Only if people like Kamala Harris or you know, the woke left come into power and they allow for us to have Sharia law courts like the UK does and shit like that. You know? If we start, you know, if some Democrat comes into power as the next president, hold on tight, man. It's gonna be bad if that happens. Have you seen what's going on in Spain? Have you seen what's happening in Spain right now? There's a tiny little island where the population is like roughly 80,000 people. Well, they just dumped way more than that onto this little island. And it's just completely infested with people just standing around, doing nothing, throwing rocks at people. Nick Shirley had rocks thrown at him when he went to Spain to investigate, to you know, ask questions. He had to, his cue to leave was basically when he was just minding his own business all the way across the street and some hooligan starts throwing rocks at him. First a glass bottle and then rocks. No, if we let a crazy Kamala Harris like leftist into the White House, it's gonna be bad. They're gonna adopt some third world values so that they can keep making more money while we continue to squabble like in Cuba. Like in Cuba, where the people don't have power or electricity, they got rations coming. It's shit. dirty water. But the elites living there, the leaders, they live in this palace-like place. I don't know what you'd call it, but it looks like a mansion, like a condo-esque mansion. It's crazy. It's crazy that people don't, you know, the people of Cuba would love it if Donald Trump would save them. But I wouldn't say it's over in the West yet. The Europe's doing pretty bad though, and it might be if we don't do something about it. Some people think it's too late. I don't think it's too late. I don't know if it's too late for certain places in Europe though. That's a little scary, a little sketchy. I gotta go, but the people who are trolls mark your success or they wouldn't care. Much love. Thank you very much, Mixed Media Art Girl. It's good to see you here. You have a good day. Hey, Dusty. Hey, Ann. I wanted to apologize if my challenge was a bit out there, but thanks for being a good sport about it. Yo, I'm a good sport. You know it. You know what? That reminds me. I have a sock that I saved. I saved it for this occasion. I wore this last night in 90-degree heat. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you, Dusty. It smells like a dirty sock. Wow. Wow, that silence is deafening. Okay. What the F, really? It's a distraction to keep the West fearful and angry while the ruling class strip you of all your freedoms. LOL, 2030 is coming, the West is falling. I agree, but I don't know if the West has fallen quite yet. This is, you know, I do think that it's possible. I don't know if it's going to happen. But I think it's possible that we might have a civil war or something along those lines, you know? Or at least Europe might, you know? Possibly. Very possible. They can't live this anymore, man. They're replacing them. They're completely replacing people, you know, whose ancestors fought for their country, you know? Ridiculous. Got a lot of strong fighters and resilient people in Britain and other places, and to see their civilization crumbling because their king allows for all these illegal immigrants to come just pouring in, completely replacing their culture. Just imagine if we did that to them. Imagine if we were to go to some place like Somalia, for instance, or India, or any other place, and we started establishing our flag right here and saying, this is my country, you guys have to, now you have to adopt my American values or European values, blah, 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 blah. No one would have it. But they're allowed to come and hijack our countries. Hijack our values, hijack our system, and act like they're now, it's like, you conquered us in the past, we'll conquer you. Well, guess what, you dipshit? And the libs don't want for anyone to be aware of this. You know, you'd have to be a complete dipshit to not know this, honestly, or just completely brainwashed. But every single race on this planet, every single culture has been involved in some conquest or another. You know, there's always been one side conquering the other. Always. People like the Native Americans here, they used to fight other tribes for land and completely eradicate certain tribes as well. You know, they'd fight them off until they were all gone in order to obtain land for themselves. You know, there's a lot of conquest, man, all over human history, and it's not just white people responsible for it. It's a human thing. And anyone who doesn't acknowledge that, it's like, you want it to be true. You want for their, you see this, the thing is, these liberals, man, they see life as like a Disney movie where, oh, white man bad and evil, orange villain Trump. And then you have like, you know, all the, you know, it's, fuck them. It's so stupid. It's so fucking retarded, man. You look like a 90s model in that robe. Oh, thank you. Liberalism doesn't work on a lifeboat. America is a lifeboat. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can imagine that in some countries, like much smaller ones, you know, certain rules might work. But we have a huge country, man, with like different segments and different cultures, if you will. I mean, the South is completely different than it is here in the Pacific Northwest, or, you know, the East Coast is completely different than the South, and you know, it's like almost divided into maybe four cultures. You got like Midwest, you got the Southerners, you got the East Coast, you got the Pacific Northwest, aka me. So I don't know, just that doesn't really have anything to do with what I was saying. I'm just saying America's way more complex than a place like Denmark, for instance, you know? Cool gaming chair, thank you, Mez. Yeah, one of my smarter purchases, I'll say. Yeah, and with my unemployment income from 2025, I wasn't very smart with that. But that was, I beat myself up. But at the same time, it wasn't really that much money. And I hadn't had money in such a long time. And I just got done being a freaking heroin addict. So finally acquiring money is like, what do I do with it, you know? I don't have my own place, you know. It's like, oh, I want to splurge for this once, and then it just becomes a really slippery slope, you know. I did invest in some very useful things like this computer. I bought Shando too, you know. Actually, no, I didn't buy them with that money. Shando was basically, I spent all the money I had left from working at that cafe, and I would have had more if I wasn't an addict. I would be way better off if I never did heroin. But then again, maybe I had to get to that place to get to here, you know? Maybe, you know, there's nothing I can do about the past, but there are ways in which I can kind of exploit that past and to make it a better thing, you know? Make it so that it helps other people. You know, use my experiences and my story to try to help other people. It's made me more compassionate and wise when it comes to just homeless people and people dealing with this shit. My best friend was homeless for 20 years. And when I was down in the dumps from time to time, he'd say to me, you can carry it like a load or you can dance through it. And he had it worse than anyone I know. So who am I to complain, you know? Like, I learned a lot. It's good to, you know, if you have a bad experience in life, it does help to try to take what is good, learn from it, and try, as if you can, to discard all the useless noise in the background that, you know, all the stuff that isn't going to help you as you proceed forward. Liberals just like to argue. They will say anything, including stupid stuff, just to have an argument. Yeah, it sure does seem that way with most of them these days. Now, there are some Democrats who are, you know, of a more rational mind, like Bill Maher is a good one, I think. Very few like him. There's this other one. I forget their name, but he's mentioned a lot when people talk about Democrats who actually have their heads on straight. What was his name? I've seen him a few times. You're definitely a trooper. Glad you're holding firm. Thank you. Ninja tie. Why did you cut your hair? I like the shoulder length hair. It's way more comfortable. I don't like the feeling of my hair tickling my neck. I have a relatively nice shape of the head. You know, it's easy to style. It feels nice. See, I have a nice round hinterkopf. See, I got a nice round hinterkopf. I've been complimented on the shape of my head a lot. That's not why I did it, though. I did it mostly because I could not take it anymore. In fact, I want my hair like this. I've had my hair like this for a long time. Probably 75 to 80% of my life I've had my hair this short. You know, I really did put in effort, though. I really did try to grow out my hair long. It just didn't work out. I spent money to try to get my hair to grow out. I bought minoxidil. I bought biotin supplements just for that. I just have biotin supplements just for my health. But yeah, I took a lot of stuff to try to help my hair to grow out. And guess what? It stayed the same as it always is, just stringy. It's annoying. It sticks to my face, static. I don't like it. You know, it's got to be really short. You know, my neck has to be showing, basically. The back of my neck needs to be showing for it to be comfortable. I just like this a lot better, man. I was about to live stream and I couldn't get my hair right. And I was like, this is just too much. This is so annoying. I can't take it anymore. I'm like, where's the scissors? My dad's like, oh, I don't know. We do have a pair of scissors, which they aren't hair cutting scissors. But if they're sharp enough, who cares? So I ran downstairs, got some random scissors. Don't even know what these... Let me see if I can find them online and show you the type of scissors I use. Because I'm not going to go downstairs right now. Let's see. Types of scissors. But yeah, I'm just like snip, snip, snip. I've had enough. Snip, snip, snip. Snip, snip, snip. Snip, snip, snip. No hesitation. Snip, 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 snip. Definitely gonna have that. Feels a lot better. I'm telling you. I'm doing the Asmongold thing. You know how like Asmongold always moves it, always raises his eyebrows constantly? He's always like okay, here we go. Okay, guys, these right here, the ones at the very, very bottom center, those were the scissors I used on my hair this morning. Scissors like these. I wouldn't say these are the right scissors, but they were sharp enough and they worked. So those were the scissors. Those were the scissors I used, pretty much. Yeah, libs want the country divided for votes and power. You're damn right about that. That's the only reason why they want illegal immigration. Because all these people are going to vote for them. You know, that's why... Perez Sanchez, is that the name of the Spanish president? He was losing. He wasn't doing so well in the polls. But then he let all these people, all these men, all military-aged men, just basically release them from some dump truck onto this little tiny Spanish island. And they completely outnumbered the citizens there. Completely outnumber them, or maybe broke even. I think they outnumbered them actually, and so I mean that's so obvious. That's so obvious. He did that because he's in trouble. He, you know, not being elected, So he dumped all these people into the country, and they're all, yeah, Pedro Sanchez. They're all gonna vote for him, and then he won't lose like he was supposed to lose. Oh, Fetterman, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. This woman never talks to me. I'm sorry I missed you. I'm not ignoring you. Who was in my own private Idaho? That's such a good movie, man. With Keanu Reeves and River Phoenix. I forget. But oh yeah, remember who's eating Gilbert Grape? The Juliette Lewis in that film. She had short hair. A lot of really pretty women with short hair, guys. And most of the people here agree. You know, we're not freaking caricatures from whatever Disney movie you're thinking of, you know? It's like, it's you know, whatever, you know? I think people are most attractive when they're confident and they're doing what they like to do, you know? As long as it's not stupid. My Own Private Idaho is a good movie. Gus Van Sant, he's a good director. What else did he direct? Didn't he direct Nymphomaniac? Have you ever seen that movie? With Charlotte Gainsbourg? It had Sheila Buff in it too. If I were attracted to women, I'd probably be attracted to Charlotte Gainsbourg, actually. She would definitely be my type. Charlotte Gainsbourg, and by the way, she's the daughter of, what was her name? She was this really famous 60s model who was married to Serge Gainsbourg. I'll look it up. I forget her name now. Can't believe I forgot her name. But yeah, she's the daughter of this model, and she's just gorgeous. She looks like a combination of both of them. Serge Gainsbourg. A wife. Or Jane Birkin. Yeah, she's the daughter of Jane Birkin and Serge Gainsbourg. And she was good in that movie. I saw that one time ago. Kind of felt naughty. Felt like naughty for me to watch that for some reason. Definitely not the type of movie you want to watch with your parents, that's for sure. That would be awkward. What the hell? What am I talking about? A lot of things. No, you're fine. It's cool when you go into detail on things from time to time and you're being real. Legit. Respect that. It's fucking dope, girl. Thank you, Mez. John Fetterman, yeah, I hear good things about him. He seems to have some, and I've heard him speak too. He seems to have more common sense than most liberals. And he's probably very much ashamed of how his party's, the direction they're going. Or have been going for a little while now, I should say. She's talking about real life truth. Well, I mean, thank you. I can be totally wrong about things sometimes. So if I am, just doesn't mean you have to be rude. Just, yeah, call me out. Maybe, you know, I can be corrected when it comes to this sort of thing. Van Sant, did even cowgirls get the blues? Oh, Drugstore Cowboy, that's a good movie. I've seen that. I saw that movie. That's a good one. Haven't seen it in a long time. What did you do to your hair? Oh, okay, I'm not answering you, Daniel. That's a stupid question. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter. Sure, we can do that. So all the funds that were supposed to go to that movement actually went to the elites of that organization in their fucking mansions and never went to helping black people. Meanwhile, Trump has done so much to try to help the I won't say try. He has done so much to help the black community, and yet you have people lying about him and shit and saying that he's racist. There you go. That's my 2 cents on it. It's all a big scheme to make them richer and to gaslight the public. It's all a big ploy. So you think BLM is against black people? Possibly. Possibly. Didn't help black people. Only made rich people richer. And it caused a lot of division. It caused a lot of racism. And be careful when you Google this stuff, because they immediately go on the side of the left and say it's all about helping black people. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is so fucking aggravating, man. Thank God we have body cams, because now we can kind of see how it is for like the vast majority of police and people in their custody. We can see that the police are doing a great job. They're usually very, very patient. And then you have all these troublemakers, people committing crimes, expecting, no accountability, except like they think they're gonna scream and scream and scream and the cops are gonna let them go. You can see how people really behave, and that the cops, usually the vast majority of them aren't being violent or brutal or committing brutality or whatever. Most of them are good. Most of them actually show a lot of mercy. And it's almost like an impatient parent having to deal with a bratty kid. Okay. Ooh, Natalie Vega, huh? Okay, bro, just look at me and I'm gonna take a screenshot and send it to the police and they're gonna see what you're doing. Life saying bad words in front of kids. What? That's a lie. Bye-bye, you're not welcome here. Weird. Today's Democrat Party has so much in common with Hitler's Nazi Nationalist Socialist Party. It does. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Except now they want to eradicate white Christian people. Their response to some, like people like Hassan Piker is so, like, I don't care, he supports terrorism, he supports white Christian women getting gang raped, allegedly, I should say, even though we all know it's true. He said it right there, point blank. I support the cops. Yeah, defunding the police is stupid. I respect law enforcement immensely. Immensely. We owe them so much. Imagine if we didn't have the cops, man. How fucked we'd be. Stupid. Did I get a new chair a while ago? Yeah. I didn't just get this chair. This one I've had for a few months now. Probably well, it hasn't been a year yet. I got it sometime after streaming, so I'd say maybe March. Either March or April I got this chair. Or May even. I don't know. I probably got it 4 or 5 months ago. Do I support getting rid of racist cops? Yeah, I do. Yeah, of course. Of course. You know, but we should weed out the bad ones, you know, because they certainly do make all the other cops look bad to all the troglodyte morons who, you know, think that, don't seem to realize that within any group of people, there are going to be some bad eggs, you know? You go to the hospital, there's going to be a shitty doctor in there. You go, you know, you go to church, there's going to be a churchgoer there who's not really, he's only there to show, you know, show off how religious and happy clappy he is in the crowd, you know. There's always that one person in the back who's singing louder than everybody else. You know, there's always some dipshit. There's always some bad egg, no matter what group of people you're in. Doesn't matter. But yeah, if there's a cop abusing power like that, then yeah, he needs to be investigated fairly like anybody, and probably should lose his job. You know? But I'm not for defunding the whole entire police force. That's stupid as all get out. There are some bad eggs, but the vast majority of them are good and do their job very well. Well, it's really the left that controls our education and media for the most part. That's why they are trying to shove LGBTQ ideology down kindergartners' throats. That's why when I went to university, they were shoving Marxism down our throats and radical feminism and completely disrespecting and talking down towards any white man. You know, it was disgusting. That's how it was. And that was the year, that was between 2016 and 2019. Around the time when it was really starting to get bad. Bad. I don't know who Hassan Piker is, but he sounds like an angry twat and somebody who I would have made fun of had we been from the same area. Well, you should check him out, except don't watch his channel. Don't support that bastard's channel. Go to Asmongold. Asmongold covers him beautifully, and it's hilarious when he covers him. But yeah, Hassan Piker's a loser. He's a complete fucking loser. And he has a poster, he has a framed newspaper headline of 9/11 on his wall. He completely supports 9/11, what happened then. And he thinks it's better for white Christian women to get R-worded than other races of women. He said that. He's a rape apologist, apparently. I'll say allegedly for what it's worth, for just in case. But y'all know when I say that I don't truly mean it. Just saying. Sometimes I do. Let you know when I mean it. Usually I'll say, I don't know if this is the case, but If I just say, while shrugging my shoulders, allegedly, it means I don't believe it's alleged. I think it's actually fucking true. most cops need to go. Well, man, that's a pretty ignorant thing to say, my friend. No disrespect, but most cops are doing their job very well. Yeah, do you watch a lot of police body cam videos and footage? Because that's mandatory for the cops to have cameras. And they show, you know, just, and I've seen some shitty cops before, don't get me wrong. I've seen some cops that just make me go, fucking seriously, you know, but, or I'm like, that guy should get fired. Like the cops who are defending the CEO of Bricks and Many Things. The guy who's stealing Lego, like, money, thousands of dollars from old people. You know, there's this old man who could have gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Star Wars Lego set, and he stole it. They stole it, and they're doing everything in their power, and the police are on their side. Police are, you know, in with the fucking heist. You know, it's they're corrupt. Those cops are corrupt. And that's very, very, you know, makes me angry to see that, you know. Those people should be fired. Absolutely, you know. And I think most people stand with law enforcement, you know. Most people don't want to live in a lawless society where we're not safe, you know. This is another thing which goes to show that the Democrats could care less about women's safety. They could care less about anybody being able to say that they're a woman, even if they're not. And I'm not saying that trans people don't exist, but if you have it where, like, you know, the way the Dems were trying to have it, where any man could put on a wig and say, okay, I want to go be transferred to a female prison now, or I want to use the female restroom now. It's like, who cares about women's safety? You know, if they cared about women in the Epstein files, if they cared about women's safety, they would not be up for open borders. They wouldn't be for defunding the police. Who are you gonna fucking call if you're being gang raped or kidnapped or anything? What do you expect your parents to come get you? Stupid. You know, they could care less about women and children's safety. They're, you know, absolutely not. They're hypocrites and liars. The only thing they care about as far as the Epstein files goes is implicating Trump and making him look bad, even though the only mention of him in the Epstein files really was Epstein and some other guy trying to set him up with blackmail because he was exposing them before it was mainstream. See, this moron says, what if the cops are racist? So you think all the cops are racist because one dumbass is? No, the cops aren't racist. Generally, that's just the job. It doesn't come with a racist package, you know? Going to school to become a cop or what, you know, taking classes to become a cop or whatever, training, doesn't include a package of Racist 101. That's the dumbest, Racism 101. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, man. Dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. That's just a job where you're supposed to help and protect people, regardless of the race. Blue and yellow, black and white. You know? A lot of cops are God-fearing people who genuinely want to help protect and serve the public. And they'll do it regardless of what your color is. It's not a racist job. That's the dumbest fucking thing. Ma'am, sir, have you ever dealt with the police? And if so, what capacity? I have a feeling you live in a bubble. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, bird. So you're saying all police are racist and dumb? Sounds like you're projecting. Sounds like you live in a bubble. And yes, I have. Yes, I have. Almost sounds kind of sexist, to be honest. Like you're assuming they're just going to let me off easy because I'm a pretty girl. Which happens. Granted. Not always, though. Good God, you know. I'm really thinking about blocking you or banning you, because that's stupid. That's annoying. There are good and bad people in this world, bottom line, exactly. And no matter what profession or what job you're in, there's going to be bad ones too. There's going to be good and bad ones. Now, there can be some corruption from the top down, Like the Portland police isn't necessarily known for being very ethical. The Portland Police Bureau has always been pretty corrupt, and it's built on corruption. That doesn't mean all cops are bad. That doesn't mean every single police station is full of bad cops. Sometimes, there's some places just have a few bad eggs. Some places it's kind of like systematic where they let the bad ones get away with shit, and I don't think that should happen. It's not black and white. It depends on where you are and who you're talking about. It's not all cops are racist and bad. We gotta defund them all. That's the dumbest fucking thing. There are black cops, by the way. Did you know that? I'll bet some people here genuinely don't even know that. There are, and if they do, which they should, because they're around. They probably think just like all liberals, the way the liberals treat all minorities, all black people or gay people when they say they're conservative or something along those lines, they'll think that cop's probably a traitor to their own kind. They probably think it's no different than a Jew becoming a Nazi. Stupid. Fucking stupid. And I don't agree with everything Asmongold says, but I like to listen to some people I disagree with on certain things, because it opens the mind, we can agree to disagree on some things, but I agree with most of the things he says. You're a real black and white thinker, aren't you, bird brain? Bird band. Whoops. Stupid. I'll bet he thinks it's a good thing. I'll bet Bird Band thinks it's good what's happening in Spain right now. He probably thinks they don't need cops and it should just be everyone says kumbaya, harmony. Stupid. I've dealt with the police and I can tell she doesn't have problems with the police because she sounds calm and collected. Well, yeah, I haven't gotten into any, I've never been, I shouldn't say that. I wasn't handcuffed by police. I was illegally handcuffed once. I did something wrong, okay? I stole a pair of wool gloves at, a store. And one of the security guards caught me and handcuffed me and gave me the walk of shame up through the entire store, put me in their little fucking office room, had me sit in a chair. They took my fucking picture and everything, acted like they're cops. Do you have anything that's gonna poke me, prod me, hurt me, poke me, whatever? I'm like, no. And granted, I probably did have a needle on me, but I, of course, said no. And I was too naive at that point to know that what they were doing was illegal. I just didn't want them to call the cops. I stole one pair of gloves. Expensive, kinda, but still. And there was two of them. There was one shorter, older guy. He looked like he might have been part Filipino or Hispanic or something. He was just what should we do what do you think we should do with you? And blah, 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 blah. The other guy was just a younger blonde guy. He was just kind of silent, taller. And I'm just sitting in that chair. I'm like, I admitted that what I did was very stupid. I'll paraphrase because I forget exactly what I said. I said I was sorry, and I called him sir. I said yes sir, no sir. He said don't call me sir. I'm like, oh, I'm like, okay, well I think I should get what's coming to me, but just know that this will never happen again. I've learned my lesson. He looks at the other guy, and the other guy kind of nods, and they let me go. But he's like, you go out that way so no one has to look at you. And I, I was shaking. I went to tell my friend about it. He's like, you know what they did was illegal, right? Only cops can handcuff you. That, the security guard there can't act like a cop. They could call the cops, but they can't treat you like that. Over one pair of gloves. $40 pair of gloves, but still. And so, yeah, that's the only time. The only other time was I couldn't remember it. My dad picked me up. They called my dad to pick me up. I don't drive. I've never had a drunk driving incident or anything, but I was blackout drunk, so I don't remember any of it. My dad basically told me that when he came to pick me up at some far-off train station at 3 a.m., 3 in the morning, I was there flirting with the cops the whole time. So there's that. But I've never once acted out. I've never once disrespected a cop. I've never once, created an intentional public scene. I can't speak for when I was blackout drunk because I don't remember any of it. But I am very respectful towards law enforcement, and that's probably why I've had it a little easier than I would have otherwise if I wasn't. I've seen pretty women, get what they deserve. It doesn't, just because you're a pretty white girl, doesn't mean you're gonna, get privileges. Now, it does happen, because guys can't get over their hard-ons. But, yeah, I mean, if an officer is actually doing their job, he's gonna, he's gonna treat people the way they ought to be treated. He's not gonna single people out because of how they look. They could get fired for that. So, yeah, I've had a couple, but I was always very respectful and learned my lesson. It never happened again. That never happened again. I never shoplifted again after that. I was terrified. And it opened my eyes in a way. It made me realize just how wrong what I was doing was. The fact that people could lose their jobs because of me, if people en masse begin shoplifting, and a whole bunch of people were at that time, it could cause businesses to close down, people to lose their jobs, and things to become way more expensive. It's the reason why things are more expensive these days, because of all the shoplifting. So, as someone who's not so immature and someone who's grown and understands things better, I was liberal then too, by the way. I saw things as it's not as bad to steal from a corporation. Actually it is. There's a collateral damage effect. It's gonna hurt more than just me. It's gonna hurt more than just the store or the CEO or whoever. It's gonna hurt consumers. It's gonna hurt employees. It is wrong. And I found out the hard way. It could have been a lot harder, though. It could have been a much harder way to learn about that. One bad cop doesn't reflect all cops. Exactly, Angela. And whoever says it does, they're fucking stupid. And we've had a few idiots here in the chat saying I'm closed-minded for not wanting to defund the police and shit. What? You're a bootlicker, Okay, we're done with this idiot. Bye-bye, bird brain. He is a bird brain. You don't seem like the type of person who would drive into ICE when they tell you to stop. Exactly, man. I wouldn't even be out there. I'd be cheering ICE. Yay, ICE. Yay, ICE. USA. 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 Okay. USA. 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 That's right, fool. I do what I want. Exactly. Exactly, Angel Marty. Exactly. These idiots, they want. That's the thing, though. I have a feeling I don't know who does it, what higher up does it, but I think that they send out one little martyr into the crowd of ICE officers to create havoc, to threaten an ICE officer, threaten death. Then they get killed. They're the martyr. They get sacrificed by the left. And then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of protesters come out all at once to make ICE look bad and racist and all this other stuff. I mean, doesn't it seem suspicious that this just happens all at once? It's not like it. It seems coordinated. It seems planned. Like they have to have one martyr to die for their cause, for their agenda, which is to make ICE look bad. Doesn't that seem like that seems way more probable than just random, you know? The way it happens every time, it's always the same. And I'm definitely not the only one who's suspicious of that, to be honest. Now look at the way the UK police are treating white people. I actually, when I watch a ton of police body cam videos, okay? Sometimes they're way nicer to black people than other people because they're afraid of being called racist. They're afraid of getting into trouble and dealing with another whole George Floyd thing, you know? They're worried about having to deal with that shit. No, they're fucking really nice to black people. Not only that, but there's evidence. If you go to like the police bureau website, they'll have lists of these mug shots, and they'll have black people listed as white to try to make it look like there's more white people in prison than black people, or just as much or whatever. It's all lies. You got to be careful about that, man. They're lying to you. No, the cops aren't racist at all. That's fucking stupid. You know? And all I can say is, not only that, but you have these poor black neighborhoods where there's a lot of crime, right? And you have people on the left, leftist governors, you know, people saying that it's racist to try to help these neighborhoods become safer. Yo, there's this one video I saw where Nick Shirley and this other black dude who was with him, they were interviewing this one dweeb, this one leftist dweeb, this white guy. This white boy here is saying that all black people have a right to steal from him. Like if he were to get vandalized and burglarized, they'd have every right to do that to him, because he's a white guy. Like, oh, you know, like, oh, we conquered your land, you can conquer, like, you know, you can conquer me. That doesn't make any sense. But as soon as Nick Shirley's like, or this guy, okay, well, here's my friend here, who happens to be black. Okay, well, he's going to take your phone then, because he can. Because he has every right to, because you said he could. And he's just like, oh, no, you can't have my phone. I need it for this. I need it to help people. Oh, I need my phone for this and this and this. Oh, you can't take it. And he's just trying so hard. He's like, no, you said I have every right to take that phone from you, and I'm going to take it. And he's like, no, you can't take it. This is gold, though, because all of a sudden a bunch of, like, young, like, black children come running up and saying, and trying to take his phone and stuff from him, you know? It's like, you said we could steal. We're entitled to steal your stuff because you're a white guy. Like, we're just gonna go do that. You know, they're all harassing him. Nick Shirley's friend, though, he's like, well, I was never gonna steal from him, but I just wanted to set an example. Now look what he's dealing with. It was gold, man. This guy was a fucking retard. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wowzers, trousers. Wow, it's already 10. Yeah, well, I think the left is like intrinsically racist. I think that or a lot of their policies and viewpoints are. I think DEI is racist. I think everything they do breeds division. Everything they do is all about them getting more votes. The way Kamala Harris is like, okay, all black men, if you vote for me, you're getting free weed. They lie. All their funding goes to the rich, doesn't go to the people they claim to be helping. Same with like the homeless population. All all the homeless problems seem to be in all these Democratic-run states, and like Gavin Newsom gruesome promises to fix the homeless population, makes it worse. No, they just want more voters. That's all they care about, and not getting exposed by Trump, I should say. It's Trump, he's threatened to expose them, and they're afraid. That's why Hollywood used to love Trump, and now they hate him ever since he came into power. Oprah used to love him. The View used to love Trump. They used to say to Trump, you should be president one of these days. You seem like a good diplomat and administrator, which he is. I don't think anyone can really do it better. Actually, maybe someone can. I'm definitely voting for Marco Rubio. Can't wait. But yeah, it's ridiculous. The left is filled with people who grew up feeling rejected and forgotten, and now they are using their human rights as a weapon of revenge to sow discontent. Yeah? Yeah, there's that. Or just can't take accountability. Throughout human history, there's been, like, divide and conquer and conquest and wars from all sides, all colors of the rainbow. Not just white people. But of course, we're the ones who have to live with guilt and lament and hating ourselves. No one else does. That's just ridiculous. And it's all to, set everyone against each other and create a larger crowd of people who will vote for the left. Fernando, you've never seen my mom. You've never seen my mom, dude. None of you have ever seen my mom. I actually look more like my dad. I hardly look like him either, though. Sheesh. My mom was beautiful. She had a really beautiful figure. She had 9 kids. And still kept her figure. But she got much larger tatas than I could ever dream of. And she has very long legs. She was 5 foot. She was around between 5'9" and 5'10" when she married my dad. She's very tall. I'm 5'7". I'm one of the shorter ones in this house. Or, the tallest one was 6'5". I'm 5'7". My sisters are all between 5'8" and 5'9". I've got a lot of tall people in my family. But yeah, my mom, she looked she had a model figure. But her face looks different, I got a larger nose, larger eyes, larger lips, kind of. She has really nice cheekbones. She has nicer cheekbones than I do. Her look kind of reminded me of Kirsten Dunst a little bit. Except she doesn't have, like, the dimples in the cheeks like that, Good golly. Gore. Oh, thank you. You do look like your dad. Yeah, I think I do a little bit. Yeah. Trump will run as vice president because he can. That way, these kill happy lefties wouldn't dare to go after Rubio or Vance. Huh, there you go. Who knows what's gonna happen then? Honestly, I have no idea. It's okay, Ann. Pray for peace. That's right, Trey Johnson. That's what's up. Yeah. I mean, either Vance or Rubio. I definitely pick Rubio over Vance, but if Rubio just so happens to decide not to run, I'll definitely stand with Vance. Vance is pretty cool, you know. We have a lot of rock stars on our team, don't we? I mean, what does the left have? Like, they have hardly anybody good anymore. It's all fake propagandists and people wanting to support terrorism and shit. You know, it's crazy. And they have Hassan Piker on their side. And guess what? He threw Destiny out of a Democratic convention, I hear, allegedly. Let's look that up. Oh, also, Hassan Piker associates with Mom Dummy. Mom Danny. And we all know that what they support. Yeah, Mom Danny is terrible. Terrible. He's evil, in my opinion. Doesn't seem like a dummy, even though I call him Mom Dummy. But he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy. Promises free buses, right? But to have that, people are told to turn off their power. And in the midst of an extreme hate wave, they're told to leave their ACs off. You know how much it takes to charge an electric bus fleet? More than it takes to charge up an entire fucking town. Just look into this shit, man. It's crazy. Yeah, I overcame heroin addiction. What about it? It's something I should be proud of. Ma'am Danny can't hide where he's from. It's in his very nature. Yeah, true. Then why the fuck? They didn't have any AC. Meanwhile, City Hall had like 60 to 70 degrees blowing. Why were they, there's actual footage of what's going on. Why were they bathing in the fire hydrants so that all their water would be dirty? No, there's fucking proof of that. That's not fake news. Ridiculous. Granted, sometimes I can't really blame these people for being so misinformed and ignorant, because you Google things like this and it's so hard to find the truth. It's so hard to find real information, because... Okay, let's see. What percentage of the left owns the media? We're going to look that up, just to be certain. I'm sure it's like 80%. What percentage of the left owns the media? Of course it's going to be hard to find, dude. Don't trust AI overviews when it comes to this shit. And it depends on the news source, of course. Like Fox News, of course, is conservative, right? Republican. Where can I find a straightforward answer here? So it's hard to find information, straightforward information here on this. What was I looking at before? Let's see here. I think it said it was like 80%. I think. Pretty sure. Oh. Okay, that's pretty long. I'm not gonna read all that. Let's see. Democrats. Okay. Yeah, about 80% if you put it all together. It's hard to find straightforward information, but that's precisely what it looks like. Should look more into it though, just to get a very solid answer to that. But it's like they don't want to tell you that. Of course they don't. I mean, this is why, like, when you Google anything, it's hard to find real information that's just straightforward. You know, it's all, you know, pussyfooting around and not giving you the actual answer you're looking for. And now I'm not saying, like, I don't mean that I only want to, like, hear what I want to hear or see what I want to see. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, like, if you mention anything regarding conservatives or Trump or anything in criticism of the left, like, they sugarcoat it or they don't tell you anything. You know, it's hard to find real information when you Google shit these days. It's crazy. Okay, so apparently Republican or right-leaning media groups are Sinclair, Tribune Group, 21st Century Fox, News Corp, Yomiuri Shimbun Holdings, Japanese media giant, owner of VinTV, Bertelsmann, A.H. Bello, the Walt Disney Company. I don't know about that. I don't think Disney's Republican. This is Quora. So this guy, I don't know if he's right about that. When I think of Disney, I don't think Republican. I like the Pigsy haircut. Thank you. Likewise, A. Smith. Yeah, just because he claims he's a socialist doesn't mean that he's, you know, not some power-hungry lunatic who's gonna practice communist principles and ideologies, you know, which make the rest of us poor and them get richer. I mean, just look at how fucked up New York is right now. Not only that, but when there's a terrorist attack, he pretty much defends them. It's crazy. You know, associating with Hassan Piker, man, that should say enough. You know, I'm just saying allegedly, just in case. We know it's true, though. In national amusements, has an 80% voting majority. Mortimer Zuckerman donates to both Democrats and Republicans, with more donations going to Democrats. Let's see. Fact checked. What's the fact check? Do 97% of journalist donations go to Democrats? Let's see. Let's see what they say. This is ballotpedia.org. Oh wait, pop up. Launched in October 2015 and active through 2018. Okay, blah 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 blah. Here we go. Sorry. During an MSNBC interview on July 14th, Representative Dave Bratt, RVA, and host Craig Melvin discussed Russia's alleged involvement in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, which we all know was fake. That's all a debunked lie. And they kept going on with those lies too. They just kept going on with it. Anyway, Bratt claimed the media is biased for giving more attention to the Trump administration's alleged Russian connections than to the topic of former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton's connections to foreign money throughout the Clinton Foundation, not to mention their ties to Epstein. Bratt said, "Why is that? Well, maybe it's because 97% of the donations from mainstream media folks go to the Democrat Party." Is Bratt correct that 97% of donations from mainstream media go to the Democratic Party? According to Juliana Here's Chap, Bratt's communications director, the congressman, was referring to an analysis by the Center for Public Integrity, which examined donations by journalists to Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton during the presidential primaries and the first month of the 2016 general election campaign. CPI, the Center for Public Integrity, reported that more than 96% of those donations were made to Clinton. I'll repeat that. I'll repeat that, bitch. Oh, I'll repeat it. Okay. According to Juliana Here's Chat, Bratt's communications director, the congressman, was referring to an analysis, blah, 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 which examined donations by journalists to Trump and Hillary Clinton during the presidential primaries and the first month of the 2016 general election campaign. CPI reported that more than 96% of those donations were made to Clinton. Ballotpedia also reviewed 3 other analyses. The Center for Responsive Politics found that 65% of contributions from those identified as journalists went to Democrats in the 2010 election cycle. An analysis by MSNBC.com found that 87% of the 143 donors who made contributions from 2004 throughout the start of the 2008 campaign gave to Democrats or liberal causes. The Media Research Center found that 94% of donors affiliated with 5 news outlets also contributed to Democrats between 2008 and 2016. Other analysis. Ballotpedia also reviewed 3 other analyses of journalist campaign contributions. All used federal campaign finance data. The Media Research Center, which describes its mission as to expose and neutralize the propaganda arm of the left, the national news media, used the federal campaign finance data collected by the Center of Responsive Politics to identify donors working for ABC, CBS, NBC, the New York Times, or the Washington Post between 2008 and 2016. The data focused on the donor's partisan preference, not the amount of contributions, and included, retirees who listed the companies with their donations. Of the 122 donors identified, 94% donated to Democrats. The Center for Responsive Politics describes itself as a nonpartisan, independent, and nonprofit research group tracking money in U.S. politics and its effect on elections and public policy. The group examined donators identified as working in journalism or for news organizations in the 2010 election cycle. A total of 235 such individuals contributed $469,900. You okay, baby? Aw, careful. Your bone. Okay. 65% of which benefited Democrats. As with the other analysis, the donor pool included non-political reporters and corporate employees of news organizations. MSNBC analyzed the partisan divide in donations from newsroom anchors, reporters, and editors who were identified in FEC documents between January 2004 and the first quarter of 2007. Of the 143 journalists in the donor pool, 87% donated to Democrats and liberal causes. Conclusion. During an MSNBC interview on July 14th, Representative David Brat claimed the media is biased for giving more attention to the Trump administration's alleged Russian connections than to the issue of Hillary Clinton's connections to foreign money throughout the Clinton Foundation. Brat said, "Why is that?" Well, maybe it's because 97% of the donations from mainstream media folks go to the Democrat Party. Brat based his claim on the results of a Center for Public Integrity Analysis, which found that more than 96% of the donations from journalists to either Clinton or Trump between January 2015 and 2016 went to Clinton. Ballotpedia reviewed 3 other analyses of contributions from donors identified as journalists and found that a majority of the donors or a majority of the donations, depending on the study, benefited Democrats or liberal causes. Yeah, knew it. It's true. I mean, fucking A, man, you don't even really need to Google that to know that's the case, you know? It's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious. That's what every communist leader has ever done. Yeah, exactly. Talking about Mom Dummy. Exactly. Precisely. You know, the fact that people are so sugar-coated and fooled into thinking, oh, it's all kumbaya, when it's all very deceptive. And there is a fucking, you know, it's all systematic, it's all calculated, they know what they're doing. This is why they try to shove Marxism and shit down kids' throats in schools. You know, they want to ruin America. They want to destroy the middle class. They want to destroy the American dream. They want more voters. They know that most Americans aren't going to vote for them. So they're going to have a bunch of illegals come into our country and completely supersede American culture. Just rip out our flag and plant theirs instead. That's what they want. The fact is, Democrat leaders run cities and states into the ground. That's damned right. I agree. A. Smith. The internet is full of lies. It sure is. Because most of it's run by Democrats. You know, have you seen the owner of Twitch? The guy who owns Twitch? He'll perma-ban you if you talk about terrorism. If you criticize terrorism, you're getting perma-banned. If you criticize someone like Hassan Piker and what he does, then you're getting perma-banned. Allegedly, I'll say. Just for my own safety, you know, on this platform. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Let me look this up. What big creators have been permabanned from Twitch? I know Asmongold's one of them. Okay, several high-profile content creators have received permanent bans from Twitch over the years for major violations of the platform's terms and service and community guidelines. Dr. Disrespect, Guy Beam, permanently banned in June 2020. While the reason was kept quiet for years, Beam later acknowledged in 2024 that the ban stemmed from inappropriate online messaging with a minor. Okay, that's legit. Get rid of people like that. Yeah, if you're messaging minors, you deserve to be banned forever from every platform. Every platform. Showspeed Darren Watkins, permanently banned in late 2021 following an outburst of sexually explicit and aggressive comments made during a joint streaming session. Okay, then he deserves it. Adin Ross received a permanent ban from Twitch after a series of recurring content violations and controversies, leading him to shift his broadcasting full-time to Kick. Okay, let's look up who Adin Ross is, because they didn't give me the reason. You see, I'll bet anytime it's some conservative getting banned for an opinion, they don't give you the reason, do they? Let's see. What was his name? Adin Ross. I have no idea what he did. I don't know who this guy is. So let's see. Why did he get banned from Twitch? I'm curious. I'm gonna put you guys over here. Okay, so history of violations, hate speech and slurs, suffered previous temporary suspensions for broadcasting slurs. I think he games too, which, you know, it's very common for gamers to spew slurs while they're gaming, which is, yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh wait, Adin Ross received a permanent ban from Twitch due to repeated violations of the culminating in an indefinite suspension after he streamed adult sexual content, pornography, live on air. Okay, well then, guess you're getting banned, sir. Yeah, I don't know. That guy doesn't seem good. But I don't know who he is, so I won't say much. Let's see. Ice Poseidon, permanently banned in April 2017 following an airport swatting incident and continuous issues regarding the broadcast of private location details. And that guy deserves to be banned. He's doxing people and shit. Wow. And G. Dion, they're not mentioning any of the ones they banned for questioning Sharia law and shit like that. Now, there's a whole list of people who are banned, permanent banned for that, and they're not mentioning it. You see, they're getting. Of course, these people deserve to be banned, but they're not going to mention the people which they have just unjustly banned. Wow. G. Dion, permanently banned in 2022 after directing a mass harassment of hate raid toward fellow creator Pokimane. Is Pokimane just one of those guys that all the men on the internet swoon and drool over? Seems like all the men are obsessed with Pokimane. She's pretty. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Reddit. Except now I've heard that Reddit's being hijacked by the far left too, so I don't know. Let's see. I have compiled a list of all streamers who have been banned since Twitch community guidelines update. Okay, where is it? Okay, here it is. Okay. Guidelines leaning guidelines leading to bans on Twitch. Okay. Breaking the law, duh. Suspension of evasion, okay. Self-destructive behavior, yeah. Violence and threats, yeah. Hateful conduct and harassment, Unauthorized sharing of private information, Impersonation, sure. Spam, scams, and malicious conduct, sure. Nudity, pornography, and other sexual content, including sexually suggestive content or activities, sure. Extreme violence, gore, and other. Now that all seems reasonable. Cheating in online games. I didn't know that was one. But sure, makes it no fun for anyone. Respect intellectual property rights, sure. Copyright violations, stuff like that. Closed alphas, betas, and pre-release games. List of people who are banned. A. Breaking the law? None. Suspension evasion? None. Self-destructive behavior, e.g. example, physical harm. Bo Khaled, 14, referred to as Hamad the Rich Arab Prince on LSF. Banned for speeding on a car. Infraction. Indefinite, permanent, unconfirmed. Channel still closed. Rough date, April 20. Okay. Violence and threats. Brittany Venti, banned for supposedly insulting victims of an accident. Okay. Goodle D Gaming, banned for death threats. Okay. Hateful conduct and harassment. Alfie, banned for unmonitored Twitch chat for hateful conduct. They're not giving, of course, they're not going to give me any of the details on those other, those guys that I was just talking about. Alinity, banned for using the N-word, supposedly ending with A rather than So not using the N-word without the hard Now granted, I don't think that's cool. I wouldn't do it. But back in 2010, 2011, 2013, when people were gaming, they were saying that all the fucking time. Without the hard R, granted, right? It was kind of like joking banter. You know, it wasn't malicious. I remember my ex, who was Chinese, constantly saying that shit when he was gaming and getting really heated. You know? That was just the thing that happened then. It's just totally unacceptable now. You get banned for it now. But back then, when people would do online gaming, they were constantly saying that shit. The N-word without the hard R. Which, you know, I don't think it's cool. But, you know, you're definitely going to get in trouble now if you behave the way people did with gaming in 2010, 2011, you know? But yeah, I don't know if that's like, I don't know if you should be banned for, it didn't seem like malicious, but I don't know who this person is. And I don't think it's cool. But yeah, I mean, oh no, never mind. Wait a sec. Banned for use of the N-word, supposedly ended with A, then Infraction, 1 day ban. Okay. So she's not banned forever. That's a 1 day ban, so, okay. Anomaly, banned for offensive conduct, specifically showing a black character in jail uniform. Infraction, 30 days. So, okay. This person was banned for offensive conduct, specifically showing a black character in jail uniform. Anything for views, banned for racist remarks. Destiny. Oh, they're mentioning Destiny here. Banned for using the F word that applies to gay people. Okay? You know what? That starts with an E and ends with a T. Okay? Got banned for that. 30-day ban. Supposed combined ban with making a Cuban shooting remark in the context of comparison with his mother's stances. Although he has been banned before, users state the length was unrelated to previous bans. Okay. Gay McZ banned for using a kawaii Hitler avatar. Infraction permanent until appeal. Hyphenix banned for rating stream considered malicious. Mo TV banned for using the F word that applies to gay people. Okay, indefinite ban. Natarsha AU banned for using the N word. Pila, also known as Bjorn from Ice Poseidon community, banned for users suggested this ban was because he was being racist, but they're not going to elaborate. Sardoke, banned for disgust about Alinity PewDiePie drama using the words cam girls. Okay. 7-day ban. What the fuck that means. Maybe he's referring to like OnlyFans type of shit. I'm not sure. Scubby, banned for stating anxiety isn't real. I don't think he should be banned for having that opinion. I mean, I think it's bullshit. I've got anxiety, but I'm not offended. I wouldn't be offended if he said that. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd be offended, though. I just think it's ridiculous. I need to go get some water. I'll be right back. That was salty dinner I had. Okay. It's got methylene blue in there. Okay. Soda Poppin'. Banned for watching in real life streamers on his second account. Banned for watching IRL streamers on his second account. Comments suggest his chat was being toxic towards the streamers. Okay. I don't know. That's the thing, guys. You gotta, you know, before you jump off the deep end and say, oh yeah, you deserved it, you know, you gotta kind of know all the facts. A lot of these are pretty vague, you know. So, some of them sound pretty bad, though. Tracksuit Andy, I've heard of him. User suggests it was due to harassment. Unconfirmed. Infraction 1 day. Tfue. Banned for using the word COON. I forget. I know that's like a racial slur, but I'm not sure exactly what that means. It's a racial slur. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. That's not cool. Good God. Not cool, man. Useless Duck Company. Banned for text-to-speech saying offensive statements. Vania Volexa, banned for harassing streamer, namely Dr. Disrespect. Unauthorized sharing of private information. Banned for filming without consent. Oh no, that's Amaranth. Banned for filming without consent and lying about not streaming. Oh, that's fucked up. Low Tier God, banned for showing people who followed on his stream, as suggested by a user. And also say allegedly, even though this is all true. Mr. Wobbles, banned for doxing stream sniper in the game virtual reality chat. No impersonation. So impersonation. So no one got banned for impersonation. It's just 0. Spam, scams, and malicious conduct. Okay, Dark Side Phil banned for user claims recent advertising of a fundraising stream on Wednesday. He said he is raising money to pay back taxes so he doesn't lose his house, but never disclosed how much he needed. Okay. Nudity, pornography, and other sexual content, including blah 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 blah. That's interesting. So many of these are women. Yeah, you'd think. Nudity, pornography, and other sexual conduct, including sexually suggestive contact or activities. I'm looking at all this. It's all women now. Caroline Burt, banned for showing a nipple by accident, in parentheses. That's stupid. She shouldn't be banned for that. Sin Bear, banned for, I mean, that could be an accident, you know? She got Janet Jackson hard there, man. Sin Bear, banned for stating she would show tatas for $1 million and indicated PayPal is below. She stated it was intended to be a joke, as if. Where's the punchline, biatch? Okay. Coral Larson, banned for unintentionally showing corn through media share. Okay. Hollyt Wolf, banned for she claims it was for using a crop top. User from Thread suggests showing a nipple by accident. That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid, man. I don't think they should have gotten banned at all. Not one bit. H-Veil, banned for showing sexual conduct on a virtual reality stream. Okay. Lakari, banned for showing naked Cersei from Game of Thrones on stream. Pure C, sexual conduct. No, nothing to elaborate there. Shanzo, banned for making virtual reality characters sexual. One user suggested basically making anime corn. Viana Volexa, and that was probably a guy, Shanzo. That sounds like a guy's name, Shanzo. Viana Volexa, nudity. Okay. Vexed, banned for changing pants on stream. Well, did she not show anything though? So yeah, I don't know. Wow. And it goes on and on. Cheating online games, no one's gotten banned for that. Respect intellectual property rights, no one's gotten banned. Categorize your content appropriately, no one's gotten banned for that. Unauthorized content sharing and other copyright violations, none. Extreme violence, gore, and other obscene conduct, none. Allegedly, I'll just say allegedly. I'm not sure exactly when this was published here. I'm not finding the date. What? This person here was removed. Okay, so someone was banned. These are interesting. These bans were removed from the list as they were prior to community guidelines update after searching up exact dates. These are kept here for transparency in case anyone wonders why they were removed. So Andy Dick Live, banned for using cocaine on stream. Brittany Venti, banned for doing an African-inspired cooking stream and insulting Africans. That's not nice. For a minute, I thought it was going to be some stupid cultural appropriation thing, but, you know, it sounds like she wasn't being cool there. Destiny, banned for banter with Mr. Mooten, considered offensive by Twitch staff. Well, okay. I don't know. Wow. Why is Pokimane involved in so many of these? Yasuo, banned for banter with Pokimane, considered offensive by Twitch staff. Wow, this is ridiculous. Some of these, and some of these, I mean, well, I don't know about ridiculous. It's just there's very little to go off on. Few of them are ridiculous, but a lot of them seem like, yeah, they should be banned, you know? When it comes to, like, free speech, you know, unless it's, like, threatening violence, I really don't think people should be perma-banned, you know? Unless it's, threatening violence or telling someone to off themselves or some stupid shit like that. It's terrible. And they should be banned for shit like that, or copyright, or you know, it's extreme copyright, meaning plagiarism. Yeah, you know, if I take someone else's content and pretend it's my own, I should get banned too. You know, it's ridiculous. Okay, we're done with that shit. Wow, I didn't find what I was looking for though, and that's because they're not gonna show it. It exists. Asmongold showed it on his stream. Showed a whole list of people who got banned for criticizing Islam, Sharia law, and the people who were, you know, talking bad about Christians get to stay, apparently. Allegedly, I'll say. Allegedly. It's so obvious, though. What were we discussing? I was just showing like a list of people who've been banned on Twitch for various reasons. People get banned on Twitch all the time, and they're not showing the shit I'm looking for, which, you know, it's there. You know, you can find it. Asmongold discussed, you know, a whole bunch of people who were banned on Twitch merely for questioning Palestine and Sharia law and shit like that. Hey there, friend. Please never stop making content. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'll keep going, man. You guys make it worth it. You guys make it completely worth it. Even the trolls. That's right. And I'm proud to be a woman. Born and raised. Yep. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Oh, you know what? I forgot to pin my information this time. Let me do that for whatever it's worth. For what it's worth, I'll do that. Share my my X account. I'm sharing my X account this time. Sorry. Instagram, you can find a lot of my art. Then just, you know, typical Cash App, PayPal, and then Discord. If you want to join the Discord server, we share a lot of shenanigans there. So let's see here. Let's try to get it up to 200 tonight, guys. 200 likes. All you gotta do is double tap. Tap that ass. Okay. Okay. And my Instagram. Okay. My Discord. MRALD_wing_13473. And then my X account, if you guys would like to follow that, it's going to be capital A, NNEOQ. Oh, it's at an OQO. Sorry. Oopsie. Get that a little closer there. There we go. There we go. Now we'll just pin that. All right. Love you guys. Jesus loves you and he died on the cross for your sins. Jesus loves you. He is the one and only way. That's what's up. Outdated Sharia law must be banned. Oh, it should be, all right. It should be. And I love it when, especially the women who come from those countries and escape them, become Christians or become, just, come to America to be American. They call out all that bullshit. They call out how women are treated there. Even when Democrats are trying to brush it under the rug and call it propaganda. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is one reason why I detest modern feminism, because they could care less about how women are treated in these other countries, and yet act like they're the victims, like they don't have any rights, when we've had rights for decades now. Now it's, I'm very grateful for the suffragettes, for the fact that I can own my own credit card, and that I can leave a violent relationship if I'm in danger or whatever, the fact that I'm not owned like cattle, but that's the way women are treated over there, and it's worse, and yet they act like women want to be in that situation, like it's their choice. It's crazy. What happened to my hair? I chopped it off, and it feels a lot better. I like it a lot more. It feels so much better, guys. I like it way more. What topics do we usually cover during this live? It's kind of random. Anything. Usually we talk about recovery and addiction. We've talked about some of that today. We talk about politics sometimes. I read the Bible. We talk about art. I show my art. I get commissions for my art here and there, which, I love it when that happens. I share my dog with you guys. I show you my dog, except I don't do that very much because Shando here, my dog, is very camera shy. Yeah, we discuss a broad range of things. I answer questions, like if someone asks me who my favorite actor is or whatever, or what my favorite music is. I answer the questions, I share things, and I learn from you guys. I take down references, and I'll look them up later. Let's see something. Oh, and I cook on my stream every now and then. I should do that more. I've never had a torta. I figured it was a food item. It looks delicious, man. I don't think I've ever had one. Sounds really delicious. I love Mexican food. What state am I in? Oregon. Pacific Northwest. Free speech is not a hoax. What some people idiotically misconstrue is the fact that you can't, yes, you can say whatever you want. There's free speech. But that does not mean freedom from consequences. That does not mean that someone else can't respond in their own way. That doesn't mean that someone else can't take offense or try to sue you or whatever. It doesn't mean freedom from consequences. John 3:16. Let's do that. Let's read the Bible now, yeah? Because it's 11, almost 11. We're going to end it pretty soon. But don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. See if we can make it. I don't think we're going to make it to 200, but we can try. Okay, let's, Proverbs. Oh, I need a place for my back to rest. Whew. Thanks, guys. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What do I think of communist China overtaking capitalist America? That doesn't sound like a good thing, man. Just remember all the rules and all the liberties and all the freedoms that you have are enforced by violence. Sure. Sure. War. I'm proud of the War of Independence. That's why I celebrate the 4th of July. I'm proud of that. I'm proud that we won. Anywho. And I love the British too. I've got a lot of British blood in me. Sorry, I got like a me. Okay. Wish I could find my glasses. Huh. Wonder if where on earth did I put my glasses, guys? Oh well. I'll find them someday. Ow, my elbow. Okay, let's just read. Alright. I'll find them. Okay, Proverbs chapter 19. All right. Get comfortable. Better is a poor man who walks in his integrity than a man who is perverse in speech and is a fool. Proverbs chapter 19. It is not good for a man to be without knowledge, and he who makes haste with his feet misses his way. When a man's folly brings his way to ruin, his heart rages against the Lord. Wealth brings many new friends, but a poor man is deserted by his friend. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who utters lies will not escape. Many seek the favor of a generous man, and every one is a friend to a man who gives gifts. All a poor man's neighbors hate him. How much more do his friends go far from him? He pursues them with words, but does not have them. He who gets wisdom loves himself. He who keeps understanding will prosper. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who utters lies will perish. It is not fitting for a fool to live in luxury, much less for a slave to rule over princes. Good sense makes a man slow to anger, and it is his glory to overlook an offense. A king's wrath is like the growling of a lion, but his favor is like dew upon the grass. A foolish son is ruin to his father, and a wife's quarreling is a continual dripping of rain. House and wealth are inherited from fathers, but a prudent wife is from the Lord. Slothfulness casts into a deep sleep, and an idle person will suffer hunger. He who keeps the commandment keeps his life. He who despises the word will die. He who is kind to the poor lends to the Lord. And he will repay him for his deed. Discipline your son while there is hope. Do not set your heart on his destruction. A man of great wrath will pay the penalty. For if you deliver him, you will only have to do it again. Listen to advice and accept instruction, and you may gain wisdom for the future. Many are the plans in the mind of a man, but it is the purpose of the Lord that will be established. What is desired in a man is loyalty, and a poor man is better than a liar. The fear of the Lord leads to life, and he who has it rests satisfied. He will not be visited by harm. The sluggard buries his hand in the dish, and will not even bring it back to his mouth. Strike a scoffer, and the simple will learn prudence. Reprove a man of understanding, and he will gain knowledge. He who does violence to his father and chases away his mother is a son who causes shame and brings reproach. Wow, chases away his mother. Cease, my son, to hear instruction only to stray from the words of knowledge. A worthless witness mocks at justice. A worthless witness mocks at justice, and the mouth of the wicked devours iniquity. Condemnation is ready for scoffers, and flogging for the backs of fools. We'll read chapter 21. Okay. Wine is a mocker, strong drink a brawler, and whoever is led astray by it is not wise. The dread wrath of a king is like the growling of a lion. He who provokes him to anger forfeits his life. It is an honor for a man to keep. Oh yeah, you chose a verse. One sec. We'll read your verse actually. My bad. Got a little ahead of myself there. What was it? Well, it was John chapter 3 verse 16. Okay. We'll do that. And I know I read that chapter, so we'll just skip over to 21 after that. Chapter 3 verse 16 of John. Chapter 3 verse 16. Okay. Yep, I've already highlighted that one. It's pretty good. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. Amen. Okay, we're just going to skip on to chapter 21 of Proverbs here. The king's heart is a stream of water in the hand of the Lord. He turns it wherever he will. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the heart. To do righteousness and justice is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. Haughty eyes and a proud heart, the lamp of the wicked, are sin. The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but every one who is hasty comes only to want. The getting of treasures by a lying tongue is a fleeting vapor and a snare of death. The violence of the wicked will sweep them away, because they refuse to do what is just. The way of the guilty is crooked, but the conduct of the pure is right. It is better to live in a corner of the housetop than in a house shared with a contentious woman. The soul of the wicked desires evil. His neighbor finds no mercy in his eyes. When a scoffer is punished, the simple becomes wise. When a wise man is instructed, he gains knowledge. The righteous observes the house of the wicked are cast down to ruin. He who closes his ear to the cry of the poor will himself cry out and not be heard. He who closes his ear to the cry of the poor will himself cry out and not be heard. A gift in secret averts anger, and a bribe in the bosom, strong wrath. When justice is done, it is a joy to the righteous, but dismay to evildoers. A man who wanders from the way of understanding will rest in the assembly of the dead. He who loves pleasure will be a poor man. He who loves wine and oil will not be rich. The wicked is a ransom for the righteous, and the faithless for the upright. It is better to live in a desert land than with a contentious and fretful woman. Precious treasure remains in a wise man's dwelling, but a foolish man devours it. He who pursues righteousness and kindness will find life and honor. A wise man scales the city of the mighty and brings down the stronghold in which they trust. He who keeps his mouth and his tongue keeps himself out of trouble. Scoffer is the name of the proud, haughty man, who acts with arrogant pride. The desire of the sluggard kills him, for his hands refuse to labor. All day long the wicked covets. All day long the wicked covets, but the righteous gives and does not hold back. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. How much more when he brings it with evil intent? A false witness will perish, but the word of a man who hears will endure. A wicked man puts on a bold face, but an upright man considers his ways. No wisdom, no understanding, no counsel can avail against the Lord. The horse is made ready for the day of battle, but the victory belongs to the Lord. Yes, but basically this is just telling you, that our reward in this life and in heaven will be greater if we are diligent, work hard, disciplined, and charitable, virtuous. Don't be impulsive and overindulgent in this life. Don't squander everything. It kind of reminded me just of how much better off I'd be if I didn't become an addict, if I didn't indulge in all that shit. I'd have so much saved up, and possibly, I'd have a much different life now. Amen. That's very true. But, all I can do now is just, keep doing my art, keep doing this, take care of my dog, take care of my family, and look for another side job. And then hopefully I'll just keep saving, investing, and I might be better off in the next 10 years, hopefully. I'll be 45 by then, but hopefully I'll be better off. Hopefully 5 years or less. Okay. We'll read chapter 22. A good name is to be chosen rather than great riches, and favor is better than silver or gold. The rich and the poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. A prudent man sees danger and hides himself, but the simple go on and suffer for it, kind of like in horror movies. The prudent man sees danger and hides himself, but the simple go on and suffer for it. The reward for humility and fear of the Lord is riches and honor and life. Thorns and snares are in the way of the perverse. He who guards himself will keep far from them. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich rules over the poor, and the borrower is the slave of the lender. He who sows injustice will reap calamity, and the rod of his fury will fail. He who has a bountiful eye will be blessed, for he shares his bread with the poor. Drive out a scoffer, and strife will go out, and quarreling and abuse will cease. He who loves purity of heart, and whose speech is gracious, will have the king as his friend. I like that. The eyes of the Lord keep watch over knowledge, but he overthrows the words of the faithless. The sluggard says, "There is a lion outside. I shall be slain in the streets." The mouth of a loose woman is a deep pit. Sorry. The sluggard says, "There is a lion outside. I shall be slain in the streets." The mouth of a loose woman is a deep pit. He with whom the Lord is angry will fall into it. Folly is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of discipline drives it far from him. He who oppresses the poor to increase his own wealth, or gives to the rich will only come to want. Incline your ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply your mind to my knowledge, for it will be pleasant if you keep them with you. If all of them are ready on your lips, for it will be pleasant if you keep them with you. if all of them are ready on your lips. That your trust may be in the Lord, I have made them known to you today, even you. Have I not written for you 30 sayings of admonition and knowledge to show you what is right and true, that you may give a true answer to those who sent you? Do not rob the poor, because he is poor, or crush the afflicted at the gate, for the Lord will plead their cause and despoil of life those who despoil them. Make no friendship with a man given to anger, nor go with a wrathful man, lest you learn his ways and entangle yourself in a snare. Be not one of those who give pledges, who become surety for debts. If you have nothing with which to pay, why would your bed be taken from under you? Remove not the ancient landmark which your fathers have set. Do you see a man skillful in his work? He will stand before kings. He will not stand before obscure men. Great. Why don't we read 3 more? Oh, you're good, man. I agree. You're okay, Mez. I get you. This is one of my favorites, so I'm just going to read this one as well. This is Luke chapter 12, verse 22, all the way down to 35. And he said to his disciples, therefore I tell you, do not be anxious about your life, what you shall eat, nor about your body, what you shall put on. For life is more than food, and the body more than clothing. Consider the ravens, they neither sow nor reap, they have neither storehouse nor barn, and yet God feeds them. Of how much more value are you than the birds? And which of you, by being anxious, can add a cubit to his span of life? If then you are not able to do as small a thing as that, why are you anxious about the rest? Consider the lilies as they grow. They neither toil nor spin. Yet I tell you, even Solomon in all of his glory was not arrayed like one of these. But if God so clothes the grass which is alive in the field today, and tomorrow is thrown into the oven, how much more will he clothe you, O men of little faith? And do not seek what you are to eat and what you are to drink, nor be of anxious mind. For all the nations of the world seek these things, and your Father knows that you need them. Instead, seek his kingdom, and these things shall be yours as well. Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. Sell your possessions and give alms. Provide yourselves with purses that do not grow old, with a treasure in the heavens that does not fail, where no thief approaches and no moth destroys. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. One of my favorites. One of my absolute favorites. How about John chapter 16 down to 20? You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, and that your fruit should abide, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he may give it to you. This I command you, to love one another. If the world hates you, know that it has hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. Remember the word that I said to you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you. If they kept my word, they will keep yours also. We'll go down to 26. But all this they will do to you on my account, because they do not know him who sent me. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would not have sinned, but now they have no excuse for their sin. He who hates me hates my Father also. If I had not done among them the works which no one else did, they would not have sinned. But now they have seen and hated both me and my Father. It is to fulfill the word that is written in their law. They hated me without a cause. It's a great one. And it's just kind of proof that, like, no matter where you're born, like, you don't have to be, like, you know, baptized to go to heaven per se. I mean, it's not black and white like that. You know, if you know God and you knowingly reject him, renounce him, then that's a different story. You know, if you know better, that's a different story. But say if you're someone who's born in a different part of the world, and like maybe an Amazon tribe or something, and you don't know Christianity, you don't know God, you probably worship, you might worship more than one God or whatever, like you don't really know any better, you know. So I don't think people like that can just go straight to hell, you know what I mean? If they don't know any better, you have to knowingly, you know, reject, renounce God, you know. That's that'll all be determined on Judgment Day, in my opinion. I mean, that's not just my opinion. That's seems to be scripture right there. Yep. No, the point of baptism isn't to protect you from evil spirits. It's to cleanse you of the original sin that we have kind of stained upon our souls from this first sin of Adam and Eve, you know? I think. I'm pretty sure. Or to, you know, make a, you know, kind of put us in the grace of God. Let's see what Google would say about that. Okay, people get baptized to obey the command of Jesus, publicly show their faith, and symbolize a spiritual cleansing and fresh start. Yeah, kind of like we're born of original sin, and it cleanses that for a fresh start. It marks a person's entry into the Christian church and their union with the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. So, reasons for baptism: obedience. Jesus told his followers to baptize people from all nations. Public statement. It lets everyone know that a person follows Jesus. Symbol of new life. Going under the water shows the end of an old life. Coming up out of the water shows a new life with God. Joining the church, it connects a believer to the worldwide family of Christians. So in the Catholic Church, and I'm Catholic, let me put you guys over here for a minute. In the Catholic Church, baptism is a foundational sacrament that washes away original sin, exactly what I just said, fills the soul with God's grace, and serves as a gateway to the Christian life. Catholics believe it is not just a symbolic act, but a necessary step for salvation that leaves a permanent spiritual mark on the soul. So, key reasons for Catholic baptism: washes away original sin. Catholics believe everyone is born with the inherited stain of original sin. Baptism completely cleanses the stain and any personal sins, infusing sanctifying grace. The ritual fills the soul with God's divine life, making the person a child of God. Entering the church, it is the gateway sacrament. A person must be baptized before they can receive other sacraments like communion or confirmation. Receiving the Holy Spirit. The person is anointed with holy chrism oil, which seals them with the gifts of the Holy Spirit. Infant baptism, because Catholics view it as a gift of grace. Yeah, exactly what I said. Because Catholics view it as a gift of grace rather than a personal reward, parents choose to baptize babies shortly after birth to welcome them into God's family immediately. Yep, there you go. Pretty much precisely what I said. That's right. Yep, exactly. We're all sinners. What if everyone went homeless because there's no more jobs? That would suck a lot, man. That would be terrible. I doubt that's gonna happen. So, you know, that would be saying something, you know? That would be signifying something truly disconcerting. Thank you for reading the word. You're most welcome. Thank you. I don't care if it triggers certain people. It's kind of weird that people would be triggered by that. Why not just leave? People are going to practice their faith and share the faith, regardless of what you think. You know? Doesn't matter what these assholes think. They don't know me. They don't know me. Sorry, I gotta stretch a little. Stretch, 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 stretch. Sorry. Back. I'm back. A dinosaur story. Thanks for his word, like always, girl. You're most welcome, Mez. Thank you. Please don't get offended. I'm just curious, but don't you want something that identifies you as a woman? Oh, brother. Don't you want something that identifies you as a woman? My short hair does not make me a man, you dipshit. There are lots of beautiful women with short hair. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Let's look up gorgeous celebrities with short hair. And models, for that matter. I probably pull it off better than you do. No doubt. What about Winona Ryder? Have you ever seen her with long hair? Barely. You seen Keira Knightley with short hair? Audrey Hepburn? They all pull her off pretty nicely. The lead singer from the Cranberries, I get compared to her, Dolores O'Riordan. I get compared to her a lot. Is she a man? Fucking idiot. Let me see something. Tons of gorgeous women with short hair, fucking morons. Actually, most of the people here think my hair looks great. Anywho, let's see. Beautiful. Oh, you look like a man. You're a fucking idiot. With short hair. Oh yeah, there's Charlize Theron with short hair. Oh yeah, and there's a. I think that Emma Stone looked better with longer hair though. Yeah, some of these women look better with long hair. Some pull it off, some don't. Let's see. Actress is with short haircuts. Oh yeah, you know, people tell me I look like her a lot. You think she's ugly? You think she looks like a man? You think she looks like a man? Fucking idiot. Let me see, let me show you. Oh yeah, Anne Hathaway, she has short hair all the time now. Now, I think she looks good with and without. She's got a nice head. Okay? Let's see. Oh yeah, Halle Berry wears short hair all the time. Look how gorgeous she is. A lot of men think she's like the hottest woman on the planet. Let me show you Halle Berry. Wasn't she like a Bond girl? There you go. Gorgeous. Fucking gorgeous. Look at this. You think she looks like a man, you fucking dweeb? You think she looks like a man? You're an idiot. And I probably pull off short hair better than you. Hell, I probably pull off a buzz better than you. You probably look like a thumb with a buzz. I don't care what you think. I think you're wrong. I think it's stupid. Fucking stupid. Ridiculous. Of course I don't have to explain myself, but these guys are fucking morons. I didn't say you're a man, obviously, but apparently, you know, I wasn't coming out of a nasty place. Well, I can't really tell. Let's see. Please don't get offended. I'm just curious, but don't you want something that identifies you as a woman if a guy had long hair and wore makeup, people? Of course you're talking about my damn hair, you fucking idiot. What the fuck? If a guy had long hair and wore makeup, people would assume that he's a woman. That's not the same thing. Guys have long hair all the time. Asmongold has long hair. Men can get long hair all the fucking time. That doesn't make them a woman. I see men with long hair all the time. It looks masculine. Yeah, God forbid I have a feminine pixie like Audrey Hepburn, Winona Ryder, Dolores O'Riordan, Halle Berry, blah, 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 blah. You can name a whole bunch of gorgeous women of short hair, and yet you guys, like this fucking moron right here wants to tell me I look like a man and try to gaslight me. Try to tell me like, oh, yeah, I wasn't coming from a nasty place. I wasn't even mentioning your hair. Yeah, but yet you said, wouldn't you want something that identifies you as a woman? If a guy had long hair and wore makeup, people would assume that he's a woman. That's fucking stupid. So, like, what does makeup have to do with it? You know, your argument would be far more sound if you just said, if a man just let his hair grow out long, don't mention the makeup, but you gotta embellish it. You're a fucking idiot. Anne looks all woman to me in every way. Thank you, Hawkeye. I mean, it's pretty obvious. He's just a fucking moron. God, yeah, it's the gaslighting that gets to me, man. Yuck. The prettiest example is you. Oh, shucks. I don't know about that, but thank you. Yeah, I mean, I get people who are trolling, but that guy, man, seemed like he was literally being serious. You know, that one dude trying to compare it with a guy who wears his hair long and puts on makeup. Of course, that person, if he's putting on makeup with that, then yeah, he's trying to look like a woman, and he probably doesn't. No, women can shave their hair and look like G.I. Jane, like a badass, or you know, like a graceful doe, or whatever, you know. I'm wearing makeup. I'm dressed very femininely, wearing a little mini skirt. I look like a woman with short hair. It exists. What are you, so chronically online watching your damn corn that you don't know what other women look like, you fucking moron? Stupid bitch. I'm pretty sure there wasn't gaslighting. Sometimes even men can get confused. Seriously? No, what I mean by that is, when I said he was gaslighting, what I meant was he's saying, Oh, I wasn't even talking about your hair. That's what he said. He said, I wasn't even referring to your hair. And yet he's saying, wouldn't you rather look feminine? Like, what if a guy were to have long hair and blah, blah, blah? He was gaslighting, dude. He tried to make, like, I couldn't go back and read that comment. Like, he's like, you're overreacting. I wasn't talking about your hair. Yeah, you were. Fucking idiot. Be a man and don't say things like that to a woman. Yeah, you're goddamn right. It's like he's, you know, for some men, long hair is synonymous with womanhood. And we have our hair in this way so as to be sensual. And it's theirs. They think it's theirs. They think they own our hair. That we have hair and we throw it around to be sexy for them. It's so fucking stupid. I'm not even feminist, guys, but this is just so stupid. You know, a lot of men like short hair, by the way. A lot of men like girls with short hair. Most of the guys in this chat think my hair looks great on me. So there's that. Yeah, I mean, women can do whatever the fuck they want with their hair, dude. Why do you care? Why do you fucking care? There are lots of men who have long hair and they look masculine. What about Asmongold, huh? He's one of the first ones I think about. Let's see. Oh yeah. And what about that guy Aquaman? What was his name? That actor? The Aquaman actor? Let me see. He always has long hair. Probably looks better with long hair. Why do you give a shit? Okay, actor. Oh yeah, Jason Momoa. He has long hair. Look at this. Look at this manly man. He's way more manly than you probably ever will be. Yeah, look at this. You think this guy looks like a she-male? You think this guy looks like a lady man? You really do? You think this looks like a girl right here? I'll bet that guy thinks this guy looks like a girl and feels threatened. He's like, whoa, oh damn. There you go. I mean, wouldn't even blame a man for objectively thinking that this guy is hot. This guy is hot. Not my type, granted, but he looks, I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't turn my head if he were to pass my way. He's very attractive. Has long hair. No one says a damn thing about Asmongold. No one says a damn thing if men have long hair. But if I have short hair, it's like a fucking threat to some of these men. It's weird. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh. Yo. Asmongold looks really good with short hair, actually. I think he looks better. Look at this. Here's a picture of Asmongold with short hair. Look at that. That's very handsome right there, man. Very handsome. But this is what his hair... Let me see. This is kind of an old photo, but it's more similar to what his hair looks like now. You think he looks like a woman? You think that looks like a woman? Oh, what? Exactly. Fucking idiot. Actually, I'm attractive to a lot of men, and you're going. You're not welcome here. Bye-bye. I hate that. I hate that. Not everyone needs to be attractive to the opposite sex. You see how manipulative he's being with his wording there? You know, it's like he's trying to come off as nice, but it's kind of like a backhanded compliment where someone says something to you that on the surface might seem like harmless, but it's really an insult. He's really telling me I look manly and that I'm not attractive to the opposite sex. He's a fucking loser. He can see all these men on here hitting on me. And he knows he can't get a woman. He's pathetic. It threatens him, his whole ego. He's disgusting. Ew, look at this creepy old man, Bob Blazer, saying I have an extremely masculine face. Okay, goodbye. Just the creepiest old man saying that to me. Like, get a life. Where's your life, man? If you're that age, you should be taking care of your family. You should be, I don't know, I don't care what you're doing, but like going online and telling random women that they look like men is just really shitty, especially coming from someone that age. I could see in his profile pic, white beard and everything. Yuck. Yeah, some women grow a little bit of beards. It's not intentional. It's a hormonal defect. That's a health condition. It's not common. I don't think. Is it common? And they're little tiny hairs usually. It's not like a full beard. I mean, sure, the bearded woman has existed, but that's like one out of fucking millions. It's very rare. You're talking about like some women do grow a little bit of chin hair. That's a hormonal thing. That's something that's not natural. Or I don't know. Let me see. Okay, so why do women grow beards? Facial hair. Some women grow beards due to a medical condition called hirsutism, which I've never heard. Hirsutism, which causes excess coarse facial and body hair. This happens because of higher levels of male hormones called androgens, like testosterone, or because hair follicles are more sensitive to those hormones. I've seen it happen more in like menopausal women going through menopause, but it's not like that. It's not like a whole like freaking beard like that, Common causes are polycystic ovary syndrome. This hormonal condition accounts for the majority of hirsutism cases, disrupting ovulation and raising androgen levels. Genetics and ethnicity. A tendency for thicker facial hair often runs in families. Women of Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, and South Asian descent are more likely to experience it. Adrenal gland disorders. Conditions like I figured it would be someone with darker skin, thicker hair, much coarser hair. Also more prone to ingrown hairs, people with coarser hair. Adrenal gland disorders. Conditions like Cushing's disease or congenital adrenal hyperplasia affect hormone production. Again, it's hormones. Menopause. Drop in female hormones can unmask the effects of normal or higher androgens later in life. Medications, certain drugs such as anabolic steroids or minoxidil, can trigger extra hair growth. Idiopathic hirsutism. In some cases, tests show normal hormone levels with no clear medical cause. Like Frida Kahlo had a bit of a mustache, right? But she's gorgeous. I think she's really pretty. Very, very unique look. Let's see. Oops. And usually it's, on average, it's just a little bit of hair on the chin. It's unbecoming, like no woman wants that. But, yeah, it's hormones. It's not a fucking character defect. It's not because they choose to look like men or something. Fucking idiot. Women get chin hair because of hormones like androgens, like testosterone. Yeah, it's because they have too much male hormones. And that can happen with aging and menopause too. My mom doesn't have that, so I probably won't get it. And also, I'm like a white girl. You know, it's not very common in women of my ethnicity. So like, why are we even? I don't even know why we're talking about this, to be honest. You know, I don't look like a man. I look very feminine with my short hair. Yeah, lots of douchebags. I'm sorry, I'm a creepy old dude, but I would never say such a thing. Oh, you're okay, man. You seem nice. I don't think that people are creepy just because they're old men, you know? Like, I wasn't, you know, being ageist or anything, or, you know what I mean? But, he should know better. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing. I expect better from men of that age, or women of that age, for that matter. Anyone of that age group, I'd expect better than to go online and insult women and tell them they look less than womanly. You know, that's just wrong, man. That's not nice. But yeah, I totally, I agree with you. I don't know if I'd call you creepy though, man. You don't seem that way. I mean, I don't know what you look like. I don't know you, of course, but you seem nice. And where are your ancestors from in Europe? Were you ever told by your parents and grandparents where your family originates? From England is what I know. I know that my dad's side of the family comes from England. They came here, I believe, by ship sometime in the 1800s. And there was a lot of railroad work. You know, my dad was a locomotive engineer. A lot of people in my family were locomotive engineers. So yeah, I'd say, yeah, around, and I have a lot of Welsh in my family, so I'd assume there are a lot of people from Wales. Kind of the same thing. Yeah, a lot of British. You look beautiful, mamas. Thank you. Your new haircut looks great. You look very nice as always, and more importantly, you seem to have a good heart. Thank you, Ball Striker. It's very kind of you. Old, fast, and bald. I got all the lucky genes. Well, you know, granted, a whole lot of men do go bald, and a lot of men look badass when they're bald, too, you know? Not all men look like thumbs when they're bald. I'm not saying that. I don't, you know, I don't know. Talking to the trolls, you know, it's kind of rhetorical on my part, you know, because I don't know what they look like. I'm just saying, well, you must be insecure because you're saying all this to a random woman, so you know. But yeah, I think that bald men can look really good. You know, it's... Let's see, what percentage of men grow bald? Also, there's this, I'm not sure how true this is, because I haven't looked into it, but they say that men who go bald tend to have more testosterone. Let's see. What percentage of men go bald? Wow! Approximately 85% of men experience some degree of male pattern hair loss by the time they reach age 50, according to data from the American Hair Loss Association. About 2/3 of men notice thinning and receding hairline by age 35, and roughly 25% of those who go bald see the first signs before age 21. Yeah. You know what? My dad's not bald. My dad has thick hair. My big brother has thick hair. I doubt he'll ever go bald. But my younger brothers, they'll probably go bald. You know, my brother is 2 years younger than me. He has the same texture of hair that I have. And my grandpa was bald. And my uncle is kind of bald. I think he'll go partially bald, you know, kind of like a little bit on the sides there. And yeah. Yeah, I think well, just two of the men in my family, the two oldest guys in my family, are the only ones with thick hair. I doubt they'll ever go bald, man. My big brother, did you see how thick his hair was earlier in the stream when I was making livers? He just came up, kind of like being silly. He has really thick hair, man. Yeah. Perfect time to play the Legend of Billie Jean link I sent you. It's on your latest video. It's totally you. I'll check it out, man. I'll even write it down just in case I forget. Cause yeah, we're gonna end the stream pretty soon. Of course, I'm here as usual longer than I said I'd be. We'll just hang out and chill a little bit. The Legend of Billie Jean. Let me check this out. Oh, yeah, here's my references. Okay. Billie Jean is not my lover. Okay. I'll check that out. Thanks. It's all the chemicals they put in their hair every day. I haven't used shampoo in 15 years, 42 with thick dreads. Huh. I wonder if there is any truth to that. I know it's not good to wash your hair all the time, you know, and deprive your scalp of the natural oils. But some people just tend to get very oily hair naturally and it looks dirty. I just like my hair to look clean, you know. But yeah, you probably, I would recommend maybe washing the hair 3 to 4 times a week. Maybe once a week even. I'm not sure. Depends on how oily your scalp is. No, I was always a girl, you fucking dipshit. Anyway. Yo, what's the figure behind the curtain? There's no one. Just my dolls, guys. It's easier to just shave my head, face, and neck every few days. Doing so makes me look and feel handsome. I'll bet you are. The way you described that made you sound handsome. Yeah. Oh, you know what? This makes me feel prettier. This makes me feel more elegant and cleaner and more confident. So, yeah, I don't care if people fucking, tell me I look like a man. It's not true. Just like people telling me I must be liberal. It's just fucking stupid. Hey, senorita, do you think alcohol contains female hormones? Once you get drunk, you can't drive. It's 13. Okay, that was funny. Okay, that was kind of funny, man. But granted, some of the men here are talking a lot of nonsense. A lot of fucking nonsense, man. But yeah, that's hilarious, okay? That's fucking funny. Granted, I haven't learned how to drive yet. I have this morbid fear of driving. I need to learn. I want to learn. It's freedom. It's a tool. I need it. I did take a driving lesson, one driving lesson from one boyfriend, and another driving lesson from a friend of a family, and a driving lesson from this other person. I forget who. The first time was with the first guy, or the second guy I ever dated in my life, when I was like 18 or 19. And he said that I did a great, we're in a parking lot. He said I did a great job with parallel parking, which I know it's a big stereotype that women can't parallel park, but he told me I was really, 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 really good at it. So, maybe I shouldn't be so scared of driving. I'm not just afraid of myself and my deer in headlights, like kind of panic attack I tend to get sometimes. I'm also afraid of idiots looking at their phones at the intersection, So yeah, I wouldn't mind living in the country, guys. I wouldn't mind living by an alpine lake. I wouldn't mind living in a log cabin with a good man and a pack of dogs. I wouldn't mind that. Can I get a birthday shout out, please, for my friend Dan? Okay. I don't believe you now. I'm not falling for it. Yeah, who said dreads were a fad? I don't know who said that. I can imagine some people might treat it like it's a fad, but it's not. It's been around forever. Just focus on the road. Exactly. But that's the thing. You can't predict what other people are going to do on the road while you're focused. So that's another thing I'm afraid of, other than my own mishaps, you know. Of course, you know, I can't know until I try and I practice. And it would be good for me to know how, at least. My audio is lagging. Uh-oh. Well, one sec, guys. Let me try to fix that. All right. Thank you very much, Asset Channel. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. I said our friend group thought dreads were cool until they grew up and said, that is not practical. Huh. Yeah, I don't. And you need a patient friend to help you feel comfortable while driving until you reach that point. Exactly, I sure do. I sure do. You know, I got 8 siblings. My dad is currently teaching my youngest sibling how to drive. He's also taking care of my mom, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to ask him for help. If I can't ask him, I don't know who to ask. I might have to pay for it, for lessons. But I would love to ask him if he's able to, you know, but I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna give him more stuff to do and he's so preoccupied and busy, you know. But I would love to learn how to drive. You know, I'd love to set a time and a space to be able to do that. I need to get my learner's permit and all that taken care of. Then I can set on to that step. I need to go to the DMV and get myself an ID anyway. I've been using my passport ID this whole time for like the past 3 years. It's worked. But I do need to get my state ID taken care of. You should go with them sometimes when your dad teaches your sibling. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but I wouldn't want to distract them. I'm worried my youngest sibling needs no distractions, guys. I don't know if that would be a good idea. Might be, might not be, not sure. Doesn't sound like a bad idea, but that depends on how they feel. Safety is paramount. You'll be just fine and a good driver. Thank you. You know, I think I would be. I think I'd be a pretty careful driver, too. You know, I wouldn't be a crazy driver or anything like that. If I could choose any car I'd want a wood-paneled station wagon. My dad used to have one of those, and he crashed through the garage with it. He crashed through the garage right through the frickin' house. And all the neighbors came around taking photos. We're like, oh my God. My dad's like, oh, fuck you. And I remember when it happened, I was like 9 years old. And I was standing right in this room. And we had a basketball net right in front of the house. All right, this is a 2-story house. And I felt a shake, you know, like a boom. And the basketball net just went like bounced. And I was just like, earthquake. First thought in my mind was we're having an earthquake. But no. Freaking car crashed right through the fucking house. I know, right? They're built like tanks, especially the Chevy Vega station wagons. I helped build one used for racing. Nice. Chevy Vega station wagons. Let me see. Let me look that up. Let me see this. Chevy Vega station wagons. Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. Kind of like that green one right here. Like that. Oh, those are really cool looking. I like that. It's a very nice looking car. Let me show you wood paneled station wagon. They're hard to find, I've heard. The wood paneled station wagons here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. I want that. Look at that. That's gorgeous. I'd choose a car kind of like this, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. It had wood panels like that one. Nice. I don't know. I just think the wood panels look super, super classy. I really like them. A station wagon with wood paneling, commonly called a woody wagon. Features structural wood or simulated wood grain vinyl side trim. These iconic vehicles evolved from genuine handcrafted wooden body frames in the 1930s and 1940s into mass market family haulers with Foxwood decals during the 70s and 80s. Yeah, I think the one my dad had was from the 80s. It was pretty beautiful car. Ooh, chicken strips are good. I bet I can make some really good chicken strips in my air fryer. I had a wooden car, but it got woodworm. Ooh. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's probably why it's better to get more of like a synthetic wood paneling, you know, not like real wood. Especially someplace humid like this, you know, where the wood can get wet and then you could get bugs in there. Yeah. You need a Ford Country Squire from the 70s. How old am I? I'm 35. I thought cars from the 70s sucked. What was it called? Ford Country Squire. Really? I certainly wouldn't want to look for cars from the 70s. Because, yeah, I heard cars from the 70s were the worst. But, yeah, that's actually really cool looking there. The Ford Country Squire is a famous full-size station wagon made by Ford from 1950 to 1991. It is best known for its fake wood trim on the sides. Over 8 generations, it went from having real wood panels to printed fiberglass and vinyl wood grain. It could seat up to 9 people. Wow, no wonder my dad got one. That's pretty good. And was the top wagon choice for American families. Yeah, I actually like that. But yeah, any car made in the 70s, during the 70s, was probably shit though. But yeah, these are cool looking. Ooh. That's a hot rod. That's a pretty cool looking car right there. That looks like it's might be from the 50s or, yeah, 1959, the year my mom was born. Wow. Yep. Yeah, I'm 35, little girl. 35. You jealous? Jealous? Then I'm a better looking 35-year-old than you. Fucking idiot. I am not the biggest fan of air fryers. I just can never taste anything cooked in them. Oh, man. But you should try something cooked by me from an air fryer, man. Oh no, man. I made some fried chicken livers with my hair fryer, and it was bomb. The flavors were phenomenal, dude. I mean, either you have the wrong air fryer, or it wasn't seasoned right. I don't know. I think some people use air fryers with the very purpose of making it as low fat, low calorie as possible. You know, like I want fried food. I want my cake and eat it too. I want to have fried foods that don't have any calories. But actually, you're supposed to use some oil. You're supposed to use some seasoning. You know, you're supposed to put salt in there. You know, it's air fryers aren't supposed to deplete the flavor of your food. It's not supposed to make your food bland at all. You gotta eat protein and fiber, baby. You should have seen what I ate for dinner, though. Had it in my stream. This stream. You know what I had? It was really good. I had some white rice with some hot sauces and some caramelized onions and some chicken liver, fried chicken liver, and a fried egg on top. And yeah, so it's pretty healthy. I would say that's pretty healthy, you know. Caramelized onions, there's my vegetables. Rice, there's my little bit of fiber there. Probably need more fiber than that, though. And yeah, the meat. Lots of good meat. Lots of good iron. Because it's that time of the month. Dude, yes, the livers are awesome with the egg, too. It really was. It was delicious. It was good. Yeah. No, my food was so flavorful. You know, when I made my, like the egg mixture and the flour mixture to make the fried liver, you know, I dip it into the flour mixture, the livers, and then I'd dip it into the egg mixture, then the flour mixture, then I'd spray it with like avocado cooking oil, and then I'd put it back into the air fryer basket. And the flour was seasoned with onion powder, garlic powder, cayenne pepper, Old Bay seasoning, and I think there was some other spice I put in there. Can't remember though. It seemed like there was another one. Arrowroot powder and flour. And the caramelized onions cooked in avocado oil on a skillet. Now that's got to be cooked on a skillet, caramelized onions. So I cook it in the avocado oil till they shrink down till they're translucent. Then I add salt, I add pepper, I add Old Bay seasoning or any type of spice, cayenne, and I just keep stirring it, okay? Let them cook a little bit until they get a little bit brown, until they stick to the pan just slightly. Then I add some chicken broth, and I just stir that up until it evaporates, the chicken broth. Then as soon as it starts to stick to the pan again, I add more chicken broth. Oh, and by the way, I put a little drizzle of honey in there too for more caramelization. And the spicy sweet combination is really good. So then I add more chicken broth to it and let that evaporate and just keep stirring it until it becomes like the way caramelized onions should be. It's hard to describe that texture. It's really good. Caramelized. It was delicious. Lots of good textures, and the fried livers came out so delicious. You know, it wasn't super gamey or anything, you know, and it was and the breading on the outside was so crispy. It was so good, man. What time is it for me? It's almost midnight, but we're almost to 200 likes, guys. Let's get there. Let's get up to that point. Yeah? Who wants to be the 200th like? That'd be cool. I'm always trying to, you know, sometimes when I'm liking someone's comment on a YouTube video, it's like I want to like their comment anyway, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I want to be the 100th comment. So I see 99 there. It's like, oh, I'm going to be 100. I make you hangry now. Sometimes I wish I could just like give you guys some of my food through the screen, and you guys could let me know what you think. Love, light, prosperity, gratitude from Arizona. Back at you, Manny. You're on the West Coast like me. Mm-hmm. Is the batter seasoned well? The batter, yeah, we don't have buttermilk, so what I do is I put 1 cup of whole milk, 1 tablespoon, if not a little bit more, of any type of vinegar. We have red wine vinegar this time. And 2 eggs. And since the flour was already seasoned, I did not season the batter, but maybe I should. Maybe I should do that. The flour mixture was already really seasoned though. No, I don't think I'm Julia Child. But say whatever you want to say, I don't care. Just because I'm talking about cooking and stuff doesn't mean I think I'm as good as Gordon Ramsay or Julia Child, dude. Who do you think you are, Bobby Flay, Gordon Ramsay, Julia Child? Well, if I were them, you'd probably be Guy Fieri if you knew how to cook. Which, I don't know, he probably doesn't cook all that well. I don't know. Why do people hate Guy Fieri? Why am I saying that? I don't know him that well. Let me... Is it his annoying Nickelback haircut? I don't know. Let me look him up. He might be an alright guy. I don't know why he gets so much hate. See, there's an example. I'm talking shit about someone and I don't know why I'm talking shit about them. And I'm able to take a step back and say, hey, why am I shit talking this guy? Because a bunch of other people hate him. Same with the Trump thing, you know? It's like, what reason do I have to hate Trump when all these lies about him are being debunked? You know? It's like, why am I hating on Guy Fieri? I'm able to question myself, take a step back, unlike some people. Anyhow, let's see. Why do people hate Guy Fieri? I want to know. Why do... It could be legit. I don't know. Hate Guy Fieri. Okay, how do you spell his last name? Guy Fieri? Fieri? It's funny though, because I put in Guy F-I, and still nothing would come up in the search engine. It's like they're trying to keep Guy Fieri a secret. Okay, so Reddit. Why does everyone hate Guy Fieri? Who is this guy and why does everyone hate him? I watched Parks and Rec and April said he's the second most disgusting person she's ever met. And there are others who hate him too. Okay, so this person says, he is the celebrity chef host of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, a Food Network show that celebrates bar food. And a lot of the places he covers are great, but he is also one of the biggest douchebags on television. The reasons people hate him are multifold. He has a really obnoxious roadie for smash mouth personal style. Who cares? He is a homophobic, okay, to the point that he once refused to do an episode because he wrongly assumed that the two men who owned the restaurant were gay. Ooh, that's not cool. And Trump wouldn't do that. He loudly berated a producer for not warning him. He notoriously harasses female employees and has the sense of humor of a 12-year-old. I can kind of see that. Kind of reminds me of Big Ed a little bit. Apparently, he constantly makes the "that's what she said" type of joke. Okay, who cares about that? That's like Michael Scott. He owns a loudly terrible restaurant in Times Square. He said, it's true, Jews are cheap. Wow. Just recently, he pushed his screaming, crying male hairdresser out of a moving vehicle in what honestly looked like a violent lover's spat. Wow. This person says, yeah, I always thought he's closeted, self-hating homosexual. What's with the overly manly, womanizing, gay-hating history that's been reported. And then when a story comes out, he gets into a fight with his male hairdresser that's traveling with him, who is left in tears on the side of the road. Yeah, I think he's gay. Very unbecoming. Yeah, okay. I don't know. These are all alleged. No way for me to know. I gotta do more research. But yeah, if I'm You can be the Guy Fieri to my Julia Child. I learned how to cook a better omelet by Julia Child's instruction, by the way. I watched her make an omelet on YouTube, and I'm like, holy shit, that's easy. And it's, I used to really overdo my omelets. You never want to cook them for that long. Very, very, I forget exactly what temperature, like medium-high heat. I'm not sure. I have to look that up again. But, you want to make sure that it just fluffs up in the pan, and then you just, like, immediately just, like flip it. It'll cook itself. All you need is a little bit of Parmesan and dill, and there you go. It's so good. Nice and, how would I describe that? Very tender. I should read her book? Yeah, I should. I've been recommended that, actually. I like Julia Child. I'll never be as good a cook as she is. She's a genius. Tap, tap, like, and subscribe. Thank you, Raddam. Listening it to while I do my chores and exercise. That's not a bad idea. The French Chef by Julia Childs. Okay, I'll write that down, because I have so many references and stuff, I tend to forget. Let me see. Where's my pen? Omelets are good. I haven't made one in a long time myself. Yeah, I thought it was just his hair at first too, man. Just his style is very cringe. And thanks for bringing peace to my night. I'm off to work. Hope to see you soon. Hey, man. Hey, Straight Stream. You have a good time at work, and thank you. Stay safe, man. The French Chef. Okay. All right. Tea is good. I like chai tea, which is technically tea. Yay. Yeah, it is. It's good stuff. Earl Grey tea will double the amount of stem cells you produce. Straight talk. I've never heard that one, but I doubt it. I'm going to Google it for you. I'm going to Google it so we can correct that information you gave us there. Let me see. I don't think so. I really don't. I feel ridiculous typing this in. This is Earl Grey. Let's see what the search engine shows me. Okay, it's not showing me anything about stem cells. There is no definitive clinical proof that Earl Grey tea increases stem cell production, though some wellness commentators point to preliminary or anecdotal discussions regarding black tea antioxidants and bone marrow mobilization. Okay. Certain health speakers and lifestyle blogs suggest that the flavonoids and polyphenols found in black tea and bergamot might help call out or mobilize stem cells from the bone marrow into the bloodstream. Antioxidant and cellular support. Earl Grey combines black tea with bergamot, orange oil, both of which contain high levels of polyphenols that reduce oxidative stress and cellular damage. Ah. Scientific reality. Okay, so that's what the claims say. This is the scientific reality right here. Lack of direct human trials. Rigorous, large-scale human clinical trials specifically proving that drinking Earl Grey tea reliably regenerates or increases stem cell counts do not exist. So no clinical trials yet. General benefits. While it offers plenty of established health perks such as supporting heart health, reducing inflammation, and providing antioxidants. Relying on it as a targeted medical treatment to manipulate stem cells is not backed by mainstream science. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably good for you, but there's no proof that it does anything like that. Thank you, butterfly. All right, well, I'm about to end the live stream, guys. It's midnight now. We're up to 200 likes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Oaken Hill Hermit. Yeah, I'll bet you are disappointed, big chef dog. I love Scooby-Doo. You know, my dog looks like Scooby-Doo. I got him a Scooby-Doo collar. I got him the turquoise collar with the Scooby-Doo logo. Where did I put that? Find it. Shando is so handsome as Scooby-Doo. You want to see Scooby-Doo over here in my messy room? Let's see. It's Scooby-Doo's. Wow. And you know what? Look at him. Look at him. Just blows. This is his Scooby-Doo collars. It's different, you know, he has a leather collar with his name and everything. This is his Scooby-Doo collar for Halloween. And we're going to dress as Shaggy and Scoob. Aren't we, Shando? We're going to be Shaggy and Scoobs. You're chubby, you know that? You have the jowls to prove it. And a doo-wop for days. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much for letting me know my sound was out. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I was just thanking you guys, okay? I was just listing you guys down, thanking you all, okay? Sorry. Sorry about that. The mix should be working now. Do you guys hear me now? I just fixed it. I literally just fixed it. Let me know if it's working, okay? It's all good. May take a little while to start up again, I'm not sure, but it should be working now. I'm sorry about that. Must have been when I picked up my phone to show you my dog. I tend to do that. Okay, good, it's working. Excellent. You guys didn't miss anything. I was just thanking you all, listing you all your names. Thank you, Robert Belknap. Thank you, Sandwich Dinner. Thank you, Wadney. We're good. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Sandwich Dinner. Thank you, J-Rock. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stormbringer. Thank you, Radam. Thank you for letting me know I was muted. Thank you, Butterfly. My dog is starting to cry because he knows I'm coming to him and he wants my comfort and my cuddles. So, you guys have a good one, okay? Much love. Next time.